on CAD because I want to. I built this already. Look how cool this is. So cool. I'm a cool kid with the CAD software. But I realized I don't think I actually did this right. I was just making pads on like random surfaces, and I don't think it's like the most principled way to do it. So we're gonna go through this and some tutorials. Um, so I already did some of this, but I'm gonna try to copy this from what I learned. So we're gonna do new. Okay, and then we're in part design. Then we want to make create a body, create a sketch. Do this on the XY plane. Okay, then we want to make a rectangle. And I think we want to do this thing. Wait, what the fuck? Okay. Okay, and then I don't know, how big did he make this thing?
Also known as which is a length, I'm going to say about 100 millimeters there. Also, I'm going to scroll under the vertical. Okay, the point.
Doff.
So at the moment, I've got the wrong set of points selected. This line going behind. We'll get to that in a minute. Let's type in 50 millimeters here.
Okay. And then this thing. See, I don't get that. Why does it even let you do that? Okay, so now this is fully constrained, so we're good. Okay, now we want to make a pad. Pad is this guy. And we'll make it 2 millimeters, I think, right?
If we construct and right click, you can see we've got toggle active body. When this is followed, that means it's active. Another thing to look at is the axis cross. So go up to view, toggle axis cross. You can see our axis where we're going to. If I add some angle to this, we've got our axis cross sitting here. And this is the point of origin where we started this from. So this is the sketch. If we moved geometry over, then our body will be starting here. So the first sketch determines where the point of rotation is going to be. Let's close this and get back to our modeling. Now we've got the sketch. It's fully constrained and it's known as a closed sketch. So we can pad a closed sketch in the part design. So padding means extrusion. So we're going to extrude this up using a pad command. Now if we look along the toolbar, we can see a number of different colored icons. So we've got red ones here, red and blue, and then we've got the yellow ones here. Yellows are additive, red are subtractive.
Okay.
So if we add material like a pad, they're additive. If we remove material away from this, like a pocket, they're subtractive.
Nice.
Let's pad this sketch. I can see it's been selected.
Right, so he makes a pad.
Not the base.
And then the holes were the thing that are new to me. I understood the pad thing. He made it 5 millimeters. All right, so to edit that, I think we just go in here and change this to 5. Okay, now I'm going to click on this. Then we're going to make a sketch on here. Okay, then we want to do this circle thing. Okay, now I think we want to do this. I think that's right. Anyways, so now we want to do I here, 10. Then L, doom, 10. Okay, then what are the other guys? The other guys are V and H. So do V, do V, oh. Right. We want to do this. Okay, now these guys are aligned. But then the other thing we want to do is we want to apply The equals. Okay, cool. Then we want to just do the H's. H. Then we want to do I, boop, boop, 10, L, boop, boop, 10. Okay, cool. So now we have, oh, and we didn't do the radius. Fuck. How do I constrain the radius? KO. Oh, and this oh, nice. The fuck is going on here? What? KO 10. Oh wait, I think I know what's going on. No, I don't know what's going on. Hello? Hello, are you home? Anybody fucking in there? I think it's because I probably have that in there. It doesn't overwrite it, which is kind of annoying. But anyway, so now we have the right thing. Okay, then the next part was, okay, so that's all good. We just need to make them holes. So we can select this and the subtractive thing, right? I don't know how we got there. Put a hole. Pocket? Where's the pocket? How did he get that pocket thing? Part design. Bruh. Must be older version. Create a subtractive feature. It's gotta be this, right? What? Where the fuck is pocket? Oh, does that link? Oh, I thought that was gonna link to to perform an action in here. That would be sweet. Is there no way to go back? Oh, there is a back button. Oh, great. That's really helpful, guys. Oh, this is pocket. Okay. And then you want to go to first. Okay. No face selected. Great. Wait, you want to select this? No, wait. I'm a dumbass. Select. Oh, you gotta select this face, maybe? I don't know. Pocket that bit. Oh, yeah. Okay, wait, let's figure out what's actually going on. So I select this, then I select this, then I do pocket. It works. So I don't know what I did wrong. But then we want to do this to first. Okay. Alright, nice. Now we want to select this again, make a new sketch, right? Then we want to do GX. Then we want to tap this guy. Then we want to make a rectangle. Oh, fuck, not. I guess it remembers the last one you did, which kind of makes sense. Okay, it's snapped. Okay. So what happens now is this. Let's see. Hold on. This dimension is constrained, right? It's just this one and this one. It's not. And then I don't remember what he did here, but it was a symmetric. Okay, so I guess I select the 2 points, then the middle one. Let's see. Okay. Then I just delete. Okay, cool. And then I'm fully constrained. I'm a baller. And then we make that bit a pad, motherfucker. Make that bitch a bad. She a bad. She a baddie bad. I think he made it 30. Maybe he made it 50. 50 on a homie. Bit.
So look at this.
Okay.
Make sure you're saving regularly as well.
Alright.
Line here. 2 points. Constrained. Okay. So hit close and use the pad. Again, it's asking us for the length, 5 millimeters for the
I made
length.
it 25. I made it 30.
The shape of our model. But we need to finish it up. Let's compare this with our model at the moment. So we've done, now I need to add the, and this is a finishing feature. So this is the thing you should use last of all. You shouldn't place geometry on top of this because this is used as a way of making the object look more aesthetically pleasing and also to clean up any sharp edges to save from injury. We're going to bring this around and look at the edges. So the first one I'm going to do is this one here. We're going to do curvature. That cleans up this edge. To do that, I'm going to select the edges. So this edge that runs across here and this edge that runs across here.
Filet a bit, filet a fool. What you mean, dog? There's a rib one. Wait, hold on. I'm gonna add this though. Wait, what? Thought I could add. Whoa. Oh, you know what I did? I probably wasn't holding control. Alright, nice. 10. Okay, then. I wonder if there's a. I wonder if there's a way to easily. Because selection is something that definitely you could do with AI. You know, select the you give it an object and then it just generates a query for it. That seems pretty easy. So here we fillet that shit again. Make it 5. Make it 50. I don't know. Wait, what happened? It didn't do it. Oh, because I selected that vertex, not the line. Oh, fuck, I wasn't holding down control. Alright, whatever. Let's do fillet 10. I want to rotate it around this part. Okay, there we go. And then if I select that, does that add it? I want to add it. How do I add it? I have to do it with control. Okay. Nice. This kind of fun stuff. Alright, what else did he have? He had... So I don't know how to do that. So we'll have to keep watching. Because... Actually, is it literally that simple? No, see, there's no... Wait, is there? Oh, I thought I saw it highlighted. Yeah, okay, wait, so let's zoom in here. There's this thing. What happens if you just press fillet on it? Yeah, nice. And then we just want to control click on this fucking guy. Wait, hold on. How do you add it, dude? Select. Oh, okay, you don't hold control. Alright, then we're gonna make this bitch 5. No, we're gonna make it 3. Cool. Alright, I think the part is done.
Step 1, or the program step down, and come up to Part Design, apply a dress up feature, and apply a fillet. This curves these edges off. Now if we come down to the left hand side, we can see we've got the edges and a radius, and we can increase this and see what happens on the right hand side. You can see it's disappeared and this has gone into error. So if I hit OK now, you can see we've got failed to create fillet, and we've got the report view that's popped up. Now we can turn that off by going to the Edit Preferences, Output window, and you see I've got Show Report View on Warnings unchecked and Show Report View on Error. Let's uncheck that and OK. Let's get rid of that one and hit OK. See it's come up failed to create fillet, which is absolutely fine, and we've got no report view showing. Let's bring this fillet down. Just add the accent, and then just click on the last fillet, press the spacebar. At any time, you can double click and adjust this. So let's add the last fillet. So I'm going to click on this line inside and add the fillet. And we'll increase the fillet to about 5 millimeters. Let's add another one on the other side. Click Add, click the edge, and hit OK. We've now completed the build. Examining the tree view, you can see we've got a pad, and inside that we have a sketch. And this is the sketch that's been built by. I'll just press the spacebar on there just to show where that sketch is, and to show it on the screen. Press the spacebar on the pocket and come into the sketch, and press the spacebar on that. So you can see the sketch in white around those holes. Same for this pad. The sketch, you can see the pad there.
Ugh. Okay, fine. I don't know where it registered it. Alright. It might have read the path old. Yeah. Okay. Let's open up freecad. Dude, I want to get good at CAD. Oh, we just lost it. Should I speedrun it again? I found this sick project called the LMN3. This thing is so cool. It's like an OP1, but they have all the software, all the electronics, and all the CAD. It's so fully open source, it's crazy. I kind of want to build one. It's a 2-layer board, so the thing is the routing is really thin, and there's no room for thicker traces, so I don't know. Anyways. Okay, we're gonna speed run what I just did. Boom, 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 boom. Mm, 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 mm. What did we say? We said 50? Mm. 100. Fully constrained. Let's go. Now we create that shit a pad. Or we make that bitch 5. Now we say, boom, 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 boom. Now we say, oh wait, actually, do we have the points already? I think we might be able to just do this. Oh, did we select it on the wrong thing? Let's see, does this give us the points? Okay, it does. Heh, heh, 10, heh, heh, 10, heh, heh. V. H. H. G-O, was it? G-O? No, wait, hold on. How do we get the radius on this thing? K-O, constrain, K for constrain. All right, we make it 10. Okay, now we, boom, 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 E. Okay, wait. There we go. Now, I, Oh, see, what happened was we didn't do it on this face, I think. What happens if I move it in there? I think it's okay. Dude, am I getting fast at this thing? How do you spell it? Soldier, boy, tell him. Beat challenge as fast as possible. Tick. Was it this guy, dude? If it was this guy, I'm like...
Recently, I'm getting really into the speedrunning community. Guys like Small Ant, Something Spell, Easy Speasy. I think it's just really cool to see guys push games to the...
Second rule is I have to sequence everything. No loops, I have to click everything in by hand. And I think that should be okay. First attempt, let's just take it nice.
Very end, but when I checked the time, I noticed it was under 46.
I don't think this is the one. Crank that speed run TikTok. He's like, oh, don't tell me I got it. I think this is the one. Bro, this shit is so good.
Don't tell it, please tell me I got it. No way. Ooh,
Soldier boy, tell him.
Coming off the fingertips, I'll tell you that.
Dude, he deserves a fucking sub and like for that. That is hilarious. Oh, jeez. That is so good. Okay. Don't tell me I got it! Alright, so then, so we're good. We're fully constrained. Now we put that pocket 2 first. Okay. Now, on this face, new sketch, rectangle, not cornered. Oh, wait, hold on. See what happened there? Doesn't it give me these by default? Soldier boy, tell him. Bam, bam, bam. Bam, bam, bam. Wait, no, it's S. It's S. Doom, doom, doom. And then that gives me an over constraint. What is the over constraint? I don't know what it is. But we can just delete it. Alright, then we're good. Alright, now we make a pad. 25, 30, 50, 60, 70. We don't play with that shit. Now, what's the thing for fillet? There's gotta be a... Dude, why isn't there like a... Why do I have to use the mouse for that? Nah, see, it's not... You can't like just do that. Alright, so now we fillet it. 10. Oh shit. That's not what we want to do. Fillet. We need to add one more. Hold on, does not select. We gotta select. Don't tell me I got it. Dun, dun, dun. Soldier boy, tell him. Whew, speed run, getting quick. I'm actually curious, can you like run into that thing? What happens if I change this fillet to be like 15? Interesting. Look, what a horrible error message. Top OBB BREP DS data structure point. Input error. Dun, dun, dun. Alright, we'll just play this thing too. But see now, the thing about 3D modeling though is now, let's say I want to edit both of these guys. Can I edit both of these? Oh, that selects all the incident faces. That's cool. Or incident edges. That's cool. That makes it look nice. That makes it look real nice. I like my part better than his. Okay. So we're going to save that. We're going to say new folder. FreeCAD. 1. All right. On to video 2. One more time.
No, don't tell it. Please tell me I got it.
Dude, this guy's so sick, man. Let's see his videos. He's a... That's hype. Okay. Soldier boy, tell him. One time I was getting an Uber back from making beats in college, and the guy was like, my Uber driver was like, he's like, what you been up to? I'm like, been just been cooking up some beats, and Like, oh yeah, how many you make? And I was like, oh shit, because I only made one. Oh man. All right, so we did that one. Number 3.
Hi viewers, and welcome to the FreeCAD for Beginners series. This is the third part of these FreeCAD videos, and we're looking at learning FreeCAD from a beginner's perspective, but at the same time, learning how the individual workflows work in FreeCAD and how they can be utilized whilst we learn the fundamentals. In a previous video, we looked at workflow, which included the part design and sketcher for creating a part design object, which we later output to STL format as a file. In this video, we're keeping with the part design workflow, but we can look
I
at
didn't do
refining
that
that
part.
that we created. Don't worry.
Hold on.
Just press the spacebar on the pocket and come into Sketch. And press the spacebar on that. So you can see the sketch in white. The sketch, we see the pad there. And lastly, we've got fillets. Pressing the spacebar as we go through, and we can see what's happened. We can hide the sketches by clicking on the sketch from the screen as well with highlights on the left-hand side, and press the spacebar. So the next thing is to export this out as something like an STL to allow us to 3D print it or use it somewhere else, say in another 3D program. To do that, we need to select the last action from the left-hand side here. So this one here, and we just go to File and Export.
That's it.
And it'll ask us the file name and also the file.
Whoa. Oh wait, there it is. Ah. Bum, bum, bum. Bum, bum, bum. Bro, why doesn't it show the actual extension? Dude, they're not just 3D object. There's like a file extension to it. It's just stupid, dude. Anyways, the STL is much bigger. Pretty cool. That's sweet. Woo. Alright. Cool, so we did that. Alright, now we're actually on to the next part.
Hi viewers, and welcome to the FreeCAD for Beginners series. FreeCAD flows work in FreeCAD and how they can be utilized whilst we learn fundamentals. In a previous video, we looked at workflow, which included the part design and sketcher for creating a part design object, which we later output to STL format as a file. In this video, we're keeping with a part design workflow, but we're going to look at refining that part that we created. Don't worry if you haven't created that part yet. We're going to cover that in this video. We're going to be looking at different sketching technique in there, which includes arcs and fillets. We can learn how to preserve constraints. This will reduce the amount of sketches that we have in our workflow. Everything will be in one sketch for one of the planes. Then we're going to switch to another plane and use a simple sketch upon there. So we're going to be modeling also in 2 planes. We're also going to introduce the symmetry constraint as well. Finally, rather than output into a STL file for the file output, we're going to be outputting to a technical drawing. Bare minimum to get us up and running in FreeCAD. Once we finish, the results will be a technical drawing and a part to allow it to be recreated by a third party.
Those drawings are cool. I like those drawings. They really feel official.
If you like what you're seeing, please subscribe to the site. I also have a Ko-Fi
What's he up to?
site that you can donate to if you so desire, and that's at ko-fi.com/MANG0. I also run a Patreon where you can subscribe and get extra content, and that's at www.patreon.com/MangoJellySolutions. Any money that's currently donated will be used to expand the channel. In the previous video, we made this object using part design workflow and exported it out in a STL file. We're going to look to the tree view, and we can see the actions that built up this model. So our last action, you can see the little green icon there known as the tip, is where this stops, and this is visible. At any time, we can go back in time and press the spacebar to have a look to see how the model was created. So we can go all the way back to the pad. If we come into here and expand this icon for the pad, we can see the underlying sketch. If I press the spacebar again, just to show that, we can see that's sitting under there. If we look at the sketch, we can see we've got 100 millimeters, 550 millimeters, and we've got a single rectangle. Now, if we looked at the other sketch, let's close out there and come into this pocket, which creates the holes, we can see we have a sketch for those holes. Let's hide that pocket. You can see this sketch here, and then we've got the outer sketch. Let's look at simplifying this model. And through simplification, we'll learn a bit more about how to sketch in FreeCAD. So for this build, the pocket is going to be off bounds, so is the fillet. So we're removing these from our workflow. Let's see how we can do that. So I'm going to close out and create a new document. Again, we're going to be using the part design workflow, so part design. So click on that, and we're going to create our first sketch. First of all, if you remember, we need to create a body. So we look at task, you can see create body is here. Come back over to model, we're going to use this icon here. But what happens if we add a sketch before we add a body? Let's try it. So add a sketch, and then we click on the XY plane because we want to look down on the object. We're going to stick to one plane for part of the object, then move to another in a moment. So let's hit OK. Let's have a look at the model tab and see what's happened. A body has been created for us, and a new sketch has been placed inside that body. So let's start sketching. We're going to start with the rectangle tool, this one here. I'm going to drop this down and have a centered rectangle. Again, if we come over to the task, we can see the auto constraints under the edit controls here is checked, and the avoid redundant auto constraints are checked as well. This means that when we hover over that center point, you can see that we've got the rectangle underneath the crosshairs plus a constraint there. So that's saying that I'm coincident to that point, and we've got point on line constraint. These match the constraints up here. So I'm going to hover over the center point and click once and drag this into position. Now it's dragged into position. I'm going to either hit the right mouse button or the escape key so I can add some dimensions. Let's add a length to the top with the horizontal length or horizontal distance constraints. Click once, and now we can add one mean vertical axis and using the vertical constraint, vertical distance. So 50 millimeters is constrained, so I can't actually move this. You can still get fully constrained, fully close, and we add a bit of angle to the screen using our mouse pointer and holding down one of the shortcut keys, depending. And I'm using the Alt to rotate. When we pad this sketch, make sure it's selected. You'll see we'll get the normal pad, so we can add a length to the pad of 5 millimeters. Previous video, we selected the top face and added a sketch. But we're not going to do that in this one. What we're going to do is miss that step and come into the pad and expand the pad and look back at the sketch. At the moment it's hidden. If we double click it, we enter the sketch. Now we're going to add 10mm circles for the holes. So what happens if we add a sketch inside here? Let's experiment. Let's first click on the circle, and I'm going to add this circle anywhere inside here. So let's add the circle, click once, and pull this out. Make sure you don't touch any of these lines because you can see we've got a tangent auto constraint coming up, and that will constrain it to that line. So just place it here. This is not fully constrained. Now you can see the outside has turned a much paler green. That means that it's constrained, but the sketch isn't fully constrained. Let's close out of here and see what happens. You can now see that we've got a hole just by this pad without using any pockets. Let's go back. Let's move this outside. Let's move this outside now. This is invalid because it's created multiple bodies. If I hit close now, you can see that nothing has changed. But if we look over to the left-hand side, you'll see that we've got an exclamation mark on the pad. That means it's in error. And you can see down the bottom, when we roll over that exclamation mark or that pad, result has multiple solids. This is not supported at this time. You may see this as a pop-up. So for instance, in the report view, come up and then turn it off in the output window. To resolve this problem, we can double click on the sketch and just move this back inside. And that resolves the issue. So let's place this as holes inside the sketch. We don't have to import any external geometry because we've got the geometry already here. First thing I'm going to do is place all of them, and we can just click it once and it'll unselect. Now we've got them all selected. Let's add a diameter to this. Let's come up, and we're looking for this diameter here. This may be in a different place on your toolbar, but we're looking for the constrained diameter. This will add a constraint across them all. So let's add 10 millimeters and hit OK. We get the constraint here, and we'll get a quality constraint going across all the holes. This means if we do change this, say 50 millimeters, all the others will change. Now if we look at the way this is built over these two lines, the vertical and horizontal, which allows for symmetry across this. So before we kept these two in line, we can add a symmetry constraint in here. So taking this point and this point, then we have to select where we want this symmetrical over. Let's do it from the top here. So we're going to take this center point, and the last item is the one we want symmetry across. So for instance, we want it across this vertical axis. So we just click it and add the symmetry constraint. These are now symmetrical across that line. We can move those in and out, move them up and down, and they will stay on that line, but in symmetry to each other. We can do the same with this one, and use the horizontal line, and use a symmetry constraint across those two. These are now symmetrical. Now we can move this up and down, left and right, and we've got symmetry across those. But we've got one that's left over. Now in the previous video, we used horizontal and vertical constraints, and we can do the same with this one. So we click this point, and use the vertical constraint. That pulls that in line. And we just do the same with this point, and use the horizontal constraint. We have now placed this with symmetry across this line. What's good about this is that we can reduce the amount of constraints that we did in our last video. For instance, we can take this point now and set this a distance away from here. And this
yeah, dude, it's like a constraint minimization problem. That's so cool. Everything's the same, man.
constraint. Before we used horizontal or vertical constraints to place these in constraint with each other, and then used this point and this one, created length constraints against those, and did the same down here. This time, we just need to create constraint between this point and this point, placing a height of 10 millimeters, and then do the same.
All right.
This
Bum, bum, bum. Soldier boy, tell him. Bum, bum, bum. Wait, can I just do this? Bum, bum, bum. Bum, bum, bum. Soldier boy, tell him. Alright, so the first thing we want to do. I don't know what that did. I'm not going to do that. Oh, wait, actually. Yeah, we want. But wait, did this impose a thing? Okay, yeah. So now. Okay, so now. Dun, dun, dun. Dun, dun, dun. And then I think we do this one too, right? No, I think we want to. I think he did. Oh fuck.
used.
Oh, never mind. I think he then did. Cool.
This point and this one, created length constraints against those, and did the same down here. This time, we just need to create constraint between this point and this point, placing a height of 10 millimeters, and then do the same this point and this point by creating a length. You can see everything has become fully constrained underneath. Let's place 10 millimeters in there. Let's have a look at what we've got. Let's have some constraints to deal with, which makes a much neater sketch. And we can just take these and pull them across over to the left-hand side. We can see how it's been made up. Let's hit close. And now we have our pad with the holes.
Oh wait, I forgot
You
to
can take
pad it though. Wait, hold on. Okay, let's do this. This sketch pad. Okay, cool. Dun, dun, dun.
Third, I double click on the sketch and creating arcs for our fillets rather than using the fillet tool. But how do we create an arc in this when we connect it up with geometry? Well, there is a fillet tool within the sketcher, and it can be accessed up here, fillets. There are two tools here. We've got
Oh,
sketch fillet, which is straight
sir,
inserting sketch fillet. If
Sir,
we look at this
word.
fillet by just creating a simple rectangle over here, we can understand how it works. So I've created a simple rectangle. I'm going to use the fillet tool, the basic fillet tool, not the constraint preserved sketch fillet. So select it, and then you can see our mouse pointer has changed to a crosshairs with the fillet tool there, and we select one side. Look what we selected, so you can see I've selected here, and if I select here, it creates an arc between those. Let's come up to edit and undo and try that again. But this time, I'm going to select over here and then select just here. You can see what's happened. An arc has been placed on the first point that we selected, and it's created an arc through there. You may be wondering why it didn't create an arc here, and that's because it would require a B-spline to go there. So this is a standard arc that's been created. Control Z to undo, and we'll just place a small arc between these two.
Wait, what the fuck just happened? What did he do?
Here, and then select just here. You can see what's happened. An arc has been placed on the first point that we selected, and it's created an arc through there. You may
Don't tell me I got it. Dun, dun, dun. What? Oh wait. I don't understand. I don't really get it.
You're wondering why it didn't create an arc here, and that's because it would require a B-spline to go there. So this is a standard arc that's been created. Control Z to undo, and we'll just place a small arc between these two. This is exactly the same. If I hit the right mouse button to get the mouse point back, it's exactly the same as taking these 2 points and creating this arc between them. So if I hit delete on the keyboard after selecting that, I can come up to my arc. I'm going to drop this one down to endpoint and rim point. I'm going to hover over that point, coincident, come across, coincident, and we can create an arc there, like so. Get the mouse point back by hitting the right mouse button, and box select, click and drag, and we're going to delete that selection. Let's come back to our sketch and zoom in. Let's add a fillet between these 2 points and see what happens. Click on the fillet tool and select where we want the fillet to be. You notice something? That this is no longer constrained. It's in white, all the rest is in green. Let's hit edit and undo and have a look at the constraint preserving sketch fillet. And try again. Same process. So what's happened is that we now got this point here and we've got this arc. So we've got this extra point. So hit edit, undo. Let's try it up here. So I'm going to click this line and this line. And now we get that fillet there. But look at this point. You notice that all the constraints have been preserved around that point. So we've got the length going across here. Let's connect up to there. And we have the 10 millimeters preserved here. So 10 millimeters of this circle away from here. If I hit Control Z and use a different fillet tool, so the first one, the sketch fillet, and try that, the constraints get removed. So the constraint preserving fillet will be the best one to use if we're doing these fillets and adding them to our sketch. But we still have to add additional constraints. So let's go ahead and add constraint preserving sketch fillet to these sides. Remember, all it is an arc. And we'll come over and add it to this side as well. So we'll start with one side at the top and we'll work our way along. So we added these arcs. Just going to hit the right mouse button, click the mouse button back. And we're just going to move these out of the way so we can see this arc in here. Let's add some diameter to this arc and come up and use constraint diameter. And we'll set that one to 10 millimeters. We can see we're starting to get some constraint back in to our sketch. Let's do the same over this side. Now, remember before that if we add a constraint to here, we can copy the constraint over. One way of doing that is clicking on here, on this arc, come over to the other side, and clicking on this one. So we've got both selected, and using the equality, constraint equals. We're now back in constraint. If you didn't know about this, you'll probably go through and start adding constraints to these lines, but it's simple as using the constraint preserving fillet and adding those in. So let's add them to the other side as well. Again, using this fillet. And
can you just click on the point?
Get the mouse pointer back with a right mouse button, click, and come in and select both of these, and this one, and use inequality. We're now fully constrained again, and if we close, we can see we have a fillet base.
That's fucking sweet. But
and one single pad. We're going to do the same.
Okay, so this is what I want to do. I want to do dun, dun, dun. I want to do boom, 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 boom. Wait, how do I? Dun, dun, dun. Boom, boom, boom. Nice. Dude, freecad's pretty good.
With the other sketch that sits upon here. But we're going to hit a slight problem, because if you remember before, what we did was select this face, create a sketch upon that face, pull in geometry using this stone geometry tool, and then added a rectangular sketch across here to allow us to pad this up. This is just for demonstration purposes, I'm fully constrained here. And if we pad this up, let's just hit OK for the time being. Then in a previous video, we actually filleted off these edges here. This is out of bound. We've restricted ourselves and we're saying we're not going to be using this. We're going to try to do this all with sketches. So what do? Well, let's come over to that last action, that pad, and hit delete on the keyboard. We've got this sketch, and I'm going to click on it and hit delete again. So we've gone back to our original pad. I'm going to attack this from a different plane. So I'm going to go from this plane. Therefore, I can create a sketch in the middle and pad out this way. So we're looking to create a sketch on the front plane, or the XZ plane, and then move the sketch into the middle and pad out from there. To do that, we've got a number of options. We can either click this face, add a sketch. So we're sketching upon this plane. And then what we'll do is go into the model, come down to the sketch, and we can see we've got an attachment, and we can move that in the position, or we can come out here and just delete that sketch. Make sure nothing is selected, so I'm going to select spare space and I'm just going to hit and create a sketch. It'll ask us what plane we want. So we want, and just delete that sketch. Or we can come out here and just delete that sketch. Make sure nothing is selected, so I'm going to select spare space, and I'm just going to hit and create a sketch. It'll ask us what plane we want. So we want the ZX plane. So come down, look at the ZX plane, and hit OK. We can see from the crosshairs that's created a sketch in the middle of this plane with no attachment to the model. We've just attached it to the base plane. Now there is an advantage about this, because if we attach the sketch to here, something changed, it may cause an error. We would have to go back and reattach that sketch again. Because we have symmetry in this model, we can create a sketch along this plane and have it centered straight away in the center. So I'm now going to create a sketch upon this plane. Now remembering back to what we did before when we added a hole, we must be careful of creating a multi-body object. For instance, if I created my rectangle here and it's floating above, then when I go to close and try to pad this sketch using the pad, everything disappears. So I hit OK, we can see the pad results in multiple solids. So how do we resolve that? Let's hit cancel and come back into our sketch. Well, we've got the rectangle in here. We need to attach it to this object. Again, we're going to pull in some geometry as we did in the last video. So though we're sketching upon this plane, the top, which is the XY plane, we can still pull in geometry from anywhere on this object. For instance, let's take the external geometry tool, click it.
I don't get why he's doing this. It seems so easy to do it the other way.
Zoom in and pull in this side here. So I pulled in that side. If we look, we can see there's a dot right in the middle. Let's do the same on this side as well. So click on that side, that edge there, and we get that dot. Now hit the right mouse button and bring us around to the front again. We can click on this point and the point that we imported from this geometry, which connects to this edge, and use a coincidence constraint. And
wait, what is that one? Okay, so what are we doing? We're going, we don't touch anything. Boom, boom, boom. Soldier boy, tell him. Bow, bow, bow. Soldier boy, tell him. Okay, so now what we want to do is we're going to go, what is it, GX? I'm going to go, do, do, do. Dude, I'm kind of loving this. Is that crazy of me? Wait, hold on. I don't like how I have to guess about whether it's a length or a height or whatever. Like, confuses me. This is supposed to be 25. Okay. But wait, but that's not right. Oh wait, no, we constrain symmetrically when we do the pad or something?
you can see we've got overconstrained. So we've got constraint of 6 states, overconstrained. Let's click that, and what you'll notice is that the constraint is actually hidden down here. So this will be a horizontal constraint because we don't need that. To see through this model, we can use the section view, this icon here, view section. And that cuts that model in half from our viewpoint. So we can see inside that. Now we can see that constraint is sitting there, this one here. Just hit delete, and now this length here is the constraint.
Cool.
Let's take the height, click on this end, or this end, and use constraint vertical distance. Let's set this one to 25 millimeters. And hit enter.
25 millimeters.
Fully constrained, and we can use this for padding because it's connected to our model. Let's hit close. Let's see what happens when we pad this.
It's gonna pad asymmetrically.
And you can see we've successfully padded this. It's padded this forward from our center point, but we need it centered along that sketch. So our sketch was here, going right through the center. So if we come down and look at the options that we have here, we've got reverse, that's sending backward.
Oh, it's symmetric to plane.
Places it in the middle.
Cool, cool, very cool. Ba ba ba. Doom, doom, doom.
Let's add a 5mm pad to that and click off. And now we've got a pad going up. And we're modeling from 2 different planes. The XZ plane and the XY plane. Let's hit OK. And now we have 2 pads. And we haven't added a pocket or a fillet yet. Well, we need to fillet these sides. And that's the same as what we did before. Open out this pad, expand out the item tree view, and double click the sketch within. And zoom in, we're going to use the fillet, but again we're going to use the constraint preserving sketch fillet. And we're going to add a fillet to this side. We're going to move over to the right side and do the same. Don't worry about positioning the fillet, we're going to control that via a radius or a diameter. Now click the right mouse button, get the mouse button back, and select both the fillets. Find the diameter.
Wait, what? Wait. Wait, what did I do? So we want this, we want this, and then we say E. Okay, we're good. Equals and then the number, I get it. Okay, now what we do is this thing, no, this thing, no, this, oh, it's KO. I made 10, okay. I think we can edit this sketch. Like, can I go in here and edit the sketch? What if I wanted to change, wait, how do I grab this guy? Okay, so you're allowed to just do that.
And set the diameter, say, to 20 millimeters. You can see it got fully constrained, and we may need to change the diameter to what we feel appropriate. Once we're happy with the diameter, then we can hit close. And we've recreated the model, this time, for much more compact workflow. Now, one thing to remember is that we haven't quite finished. We need to create the fillet in between these lines. Unfortunately, we can't do that with sketching. We could take a different route with something such as a loft, but that's a bit advanced for this type of object. So what we're going to do is just add the fillet in here. So this line here, we can click, come around to the other side, and control click the other line. Our fillet is now on limits, and we can add it. Again, you can see I'm adding this as a last action. So this is the last action that we're doing. I know that I don't want to model this any further, so we're just finishing off. And we'll change the fillet. So you got 5 millimeters, 6 millimeters, it comes back, easy and narrow. Let's drop it down to 5 millimeters. And hit OK. Now the other thing is that we may want to fillet these holes or chamfer them. So we set these holes in to allow the screw to sit deeper in this hole. We come up to the top, we can see we've got a chamfer tool as well. So we can click on that and we get a chamfered hole within. Let's add the other edges. Let's say to 2 millimeters. That's a bit too much. So we go for 1 millimeter. And I think I'm going to twin, so 1.5. Click off, we can see that's taking effect, and hit OK. The chamfer is a dress up. So we look up to part design, apply dress up feature, and we can see the fillet and chamfer is in there. Again, that's something to use last of all, just to finish off our model. So what we're going to do now is document what we've done by creating a technical drawing. This allows us to create a number of drawings for different views of the subject and add dimensions to that drawing. To do that, we can come over to the Tech Draw workbench. I'm just going to go through the basics, the minimum step to get a very simple technical drawing. We first need a page. So come up to the Tech Draw, and I'm going to insert the page using a template. We've got a number of SDG templates, and you can make your own. I'm just going to go for a blank page. So I'm going to scroll down and use the A4 portrait blank and open that up. We've got our page, and we can see the page has opened along the left-hand side. Now to add a view in here from the model, we first need to click on the body. Make sure we have it in the right viewpoint, so something like this, and then come up to Tech Draw, Insert View, or use this icon on the left-hand side here. Come back to the page, you'll notice that a view has been inserted. Don't worry about the black dots around here, we'll remove those in a minute. The quickest way to get a number of views in here, because we can come back and bring this around into another projection, and do the same. Make sure body's selected, and insert a view. So we get a number. The quickest way of doing this is to add a projection group. So let's remove these two views by shift-clicking those, select more, control-clicking, and hit delete. So I'm going to first add a 3D view. So I'm going to go for something like this. I'm going to use the corner of this cube just to position myself. Select that body, and go to Tech Draw, Insert View. So we have our first view in the page. I'm now going to do the same, but I'm going to swap this view to the top. This time, I'm going to go to the body, come to Tech Draw, and we're going to insert a projection group. On the left-hand side, you can see that our window has changed. We've got a number of options in here. Go back to the page, we can see we've got this view here, which we're going to push up to the top. And we've got projection view. I'm just going to scroll, or zoom out, scroll down, and just move this down that way. And this is from the top, although it says from the front. We can now take the secondary projections and click to decide which views we want. So I'm going to use this one.
It's kind of cool.
And the top one, show the bottom. We've got a just drawing direction here, so we can swap this one around and project different views in different ways.
I like it.
I'm going to go for this one, but we need to make some adjustments to this side here. I know this is front, we can adjust the labels of these as well. Let's come up to the top and hit OK. Now, if we look at the projection group, we have the front, the right, and the bottom. Let's click on the front. Click on the label and rename this one to top and hit enter. And come down to the label. So we can adjust the name of these to what we see fit. Let's rotate this one around, so it's around the right way. Click on it, come down to the data tab and look for rotation. And we'll set this one to 90 degrees. You can see we've got a blue tick, that means it needs refreshing. So go come up to edit, refresh, or hit Control R. We can see this is rotated around, but it's around the wrong way. So I'm going to go -90 and hit Control R on the keyboard. That's now around the right way. These move as one, so we can move this down to the right hand side here. Now we've got our basic projections of our model on screen. Now one thing you might be thinking about is the size of the points on here. So I'm just going to zoom in, and we see that we have a number of points that are the vertexes of your model. These may look a bit big, but if we went to File, Print Preview, what we'll see is that Print Preview doesn't actually show those. They just show a normal diagram. We can actually hide these points from our view if we so desire by coming over to the right hand side here and looking for this icon here, Turn View Frames On or Off, also available from Tetrol, Turn View Frames On and Off. And you can see those points have disappeared. There's also settings, so if we go up to Edit Preferences, what you'll see now is that we have an icon on the left hand side because we started to use the Tetrol. We click on that icon, we've got a number of options in here, font, label size, and then we have this vertex scale here. So we can reduce this down to say 1, hit Apply, and OK. We'll just come out of the show frame mode, and you can see that vertex has been reduced down now. Now, the good thing about leaving the vertex as it is that they're easily selectable when you actually put the dimensions in, so using these dimension tools here. So I'm going to go back into the preferences and set that back to 5 in the scale, come down to the vertex scale, and increase this up to 5, and hit Apply. Now, you may not see this take effect straight away. We can come up to the Tetrol and redraw page, and then these come back. The icon is also available on the toolbar, redraw page here. So if none of those settings do take effect, we can just press that button to allow us to refresh the page. Let's add some dimensions to these items on screen. So let's scroll down and take a look at the top view. We can decide where we want to place the lengths. Taking account we have this fillet here. If we want to take a length, then we're going to have to use this point and this point, and you can see how easy those are to select. Now this is different to the SketchUp. We would have to use the control key. So I'm holding down the control, selected one, hold down the control and select the other. Those two have been highlighted in green and they're selected. So if I zoom in a bit more, we can see those are highlighted in green. And we just use this to position ourselves. Now I can place an insert vertical dimension. That places the dimension across these. And I can click on where it has the dimension, hold down the mouse button, and drag this out into position. Also can drag upwards if I want the dimension to be above. I'm just going to place this one here. Let's do the same for some width. So I'm going to take this one, click once, hold down the control, and click again. This time I'm going to use the horizontal dimension. And we can place this where we want. So I'm just going to place it here. For the fillets, we can click on the fillet and come up and use the radius dimension. And that places the radius in there. And we'll just drag this into position. We can do the same for this inner radius, this circle, gain another arc. And we can see that's gone in there. We can, if I delete that, just by clicking on it and hitting delete, click on the inner circle, come up and place a dimension across there rather than using the radius. And we can move that off again to the side. Now we've got these dimensions in here, let's work on a different view. So I'm going to scroll up to the top and work on this view here. Now I'm looking for dimensions that I haven't already specified in there. So one of them is this radius here for this arc. And we can go for height in here. If we've got a single line like this that we don't need to select the vertices with, as we would do with, say, the length here, because we haven't got a line between these because they're separated with this arc here, we can just select the line and use the vertical dimension in there. So we have this dimension here now. And we can add dimensions to any of our views as we see fit. And this point, using the control key, and replace the height. And it's as simple as that. Now let's come up to File, Preview, and see what this is going to look like. And we'll zoom in. And just scroll down to have a look.
It's kind of cool.
We haven't got any of the labels coming through. And we can solve that by coming over to one of these views and clicking them. Let's click this view here. And I'm just going to go back to the example and have a look to see where that is. So that's from the left side. So we can come back to the page, click on this view here, and come over to the data. You can see that our view has been selected. Come down to the caption. I'm just going to add in left view. Now when I go to File, Print Preview, we can see our caption has been added. Let's do the same for the others. So our front view, and this one is our top view. We've added all the captions, and this one, we just add 3D view. Now I want to add a title. Go up to Text Draw, come down to Annotations, and we've got a number of different annotations here. I'm just going to insert an annotation. We get this view box here that we can move into position. And I'm just going to double click that to get the text up and give it a title. And finally hit OK. We can change the properties of this title by clicking on the annotation, coming down, and we've got a number of different styles, fonts, etc. here. So I can increase the text size. Now pressing the up key to increase that text size, or I can use the up key or type in what I want here. Remember to save as you go along. And let's have a quick preview of what this is going to look like. File, Print Preview, we can see from the preview that we need some formatting. We can see how to put a technical drawing together quite easily. Anytime we can come up to File, Export PDF, or come into the tech drawer and export page as SVG or export page as DXF. There are a number of other options in here, such as insert bitmap, add lines, add vertices, etc. We can experiment with those as you feel the need. So now we've finished with the part and produced a technical drawing, and we've got more knowledge of FreeCAD through using the Sketcher, as well as introducing another workbench. But now
Pretty cool.
you've realized that sketching is a fundamental part of FreeCAD. We're going to be exploring that further in the next video
Alright,
by
should I do
using
it?
the image workbench and the
Wait, did we do it? I think we did it. So now we can save this. Now we want to go down to tech draw. The fuck just happened? Bro, give me tech draw. Oh, cool. Okay. Back to here. How did he do that? Lol. Wait, hold on. What if I did this? Oh, nice. It's kind of cool. Okay. Can't you just whatever? Oh, fuck. What? Oh, yeah. Can we use, are these them? Insert view. There we go. Okay. Now how do we get the dimensions? It's like that point, that point. And we do what? What is it? Dude, these things need to have. Alright, well, let's go to number 4.
Hi everyone, welcome to part 4 of the Learning FreeCAD for Beginners, where we're teaching the fundamentals of FreeCAD, but doing that in a practical way by understanding workflows. In today's tutorial, we'll be going through a workflow that allows us to trace an image via importing it in the image workbench, whether it be a photograph, an illustration, etc. The image workbench will allow us to load up the reference images on the different planes and scale them to the correct scale, which will then allow us to trace them in the sketcher. We'll be using standard sketcher geometry, including construction geometry.
This seems interesting. This seems like what I want.
Our sketch much more easier than laying a number of data and constraints down, especially when we have an awkward shape. We'll then be outputting that sketch to a part design workflow to create the finished object. By the end of this tutorial, you'll be able to trace a exhaust flange. So we've got the finished output on the left and the sketch has been created on the right. We'll be doing this from an illustration of exhaust flange with known dimensions just for the circle in the middle. If you like what you're seeing, please subscribe to the site. I also have a Ko-Fi or a coffee site that you can donate to. Dimensions just for the circle in the middle. If you don't, /MANG0. I also run a Patreon where you can subscribe and get extra images in FreeCAD. We need to expand the channel. When it comes to sketching external images in FreeCAD, we need to take account of composition, scale, and clarity of our image. So for instance, this image is perfect if we want to trace this object because we've taken a picture of the image directly above it and we're looking straight down on the image, so we haven't got any perspective issues there. The only thing this is missing is a scale. Now I can take that scale from the original object because I've got it here in front of me and I know the dimensions of the object. But if we didn't, we need a scale in there. So placing like a ruler or something like a coin, we can actually get the scale there. But we need to position it properly to get the correct scale for our perspective. Using objects such as this, we have the scale on the base of where that object sits. This is no good because this object has depth. Then our scale will be out. It'll be much better to place the scale on a piece of paper and place that on top of the object. The other thing that we have to be wary of is how we're taking the shot and how we're setting up that shot. So for instance, this one, you can see the sides of the object. We're not directly above it. We're not shooting directly down on the object, so our perspective as well as our rotation is out. For this video, I'm using an illustration of a flange. So this is an exhaust flange. We're going to be using that image, which is going to be available for you to download. And through this, we're going to be learning basic sketching and also how to use construction geometry. To start tracing, we'll be utilizing a workbench called the image workbench. First, we need a new document in FreeCAD. We use this icon here or File New. We're going to come over to the image workbench, and you'll find that the image workbench is a simplistic workbench of just 3 icons here. The first one creates an image.
There's no image workbench? XD memes.
Hi everyone, welcome to the channel. Today we're going to be answering a few questions that have been coming my way regarding viewers asking where the image workbench has gone in 0.21. Now I have to thank one of my patrons, David, for this, because he was one of the first that made me aware of this problem and also gave a solution. Back in 0.2 and some of 0.21 versions of FreeCAD, we still have the image workbench. Now the image workbench allows you to import an image. And this can be a technical drawing or reference material that we use as a reference to create our models from. So I'm just importing an image via the XY plane using the image workbench, and we can scale this by using the scale tool. We select 2 points, and we set the distance, and then we select the image plane and hit OK. This will scale the image in the correct dimension, allowing us to keep the scale of our model to the reference material. So you can see I've done a rough rule against there, and it's 213. I've done this at some distance, so this will be not totally accurate, but our image is in scale. You can see this is slightly out because I measured this at some distance. But if we go back to 0.21, we can see that the image workbench is nowhere to be seen. So it has been removed, but it's been incorporated into the import. So File, Import, and we've got a much better experience with this tool in here. So if I bring in the same technical drawing and hit Open, what happens is that it comes in the same. On the left-hand side, we have our image, and if we double-click it, then we get all the scaling, the planes, and all the tools we had before in the image workbench. So we've got the planes, XY, XZ, YZ, which we can select.
He didn't give me an image, so should I even watch that? Just give it. Well, I'll watch it.
You can see the size of the object. Scale that image plane. If we click it, it'll ask you. This we're going to be learning basic sketching and also how to use construction geometry. To start tracing, we'll be utilizing a workbench called the image workbench. First, we need a new document in freecad. So use this icon here or file new. We're going to come over to the image workbench, and you'll find that the image workbench is a simplistic workbench of just 3 icons here. The first one creates an image and places it in a new tab. We'll be using these 2 here. So this one is create an image plane. This will create an image plane on the different planes that are available in freecad. Click that, and we'll select the image, which at the moment is a PNG to preserve any transparency. We've got other image types to select from. Let's open that. It will ask us what plane we want to put it on. And I want the XY plane. You can see the cube here is pointing downwards. That's highlighted at the top. And look at our cube over here. We want it from looking down. So we're looking down on the object. Yeah, okay. Our image has been placed on screen, but it is not to scale. We next have to find an element on here that is to scale. I know that this circle is 70 millimeters in diameter. I'll be using that to scale. To do that, we'll use this icon here, scale our image plane. If we click it, it'll ask us to set the distance. So here I'm going to put 70 millimeters, and then it's going to ask us to select the first point. Zoom into the image, and we need to click once. So I'm going to click once around about here. And this is just to get a rough scale because we'll be filling in the other geometry in a moment. And once I've clicked, it's going to ask us to select the second point. Now you may get a red line, so you can see that red line now. Just tweaked the viewpoint to be in a different place, and I can select where I want it to place. So I'm going to go from the top, looking down, and I can select there. If you don't see that red line, we can still select and then select the next one. Just makes our life a little easier. And click. So we've got that position. Another reason why you wouldn't see that red line, if I click on this image and come down to our placement, open this up and into the position, open this up, then if I just change the Z axis, you can see that's moved, and that's because it's behind it. So if this is right up above the Z or whatever axis you're looking at, we can just drop that, and you'll see that line there. Click top again. Now we need to select an image plane. So come over and select it. It's already selected. Just click it again. And if we look down towards the X and Y size of this image, if I hit OK, you'll see that change. So this is now in the correct scale. We can check that by using the measure tool, measure distance, and come in and select. You're probably seeing another issue here is that our mouse pointer is, well, crosshair is white. We can't really see what's going on. If I add some angles to that, you can see that's 69.25, and that's about right. So I'm happy with that. So click on the distance and hit delete. It doesn't have to be totally accurate, it's just gets in that ballpark. Now we're ready to use the sketcher to trace this image. So go into the sketch workbench from drop down, and we're going to create a new sketch. Now make sure this image plane isn't selected, otherwise it can attach to the image plane. But if it is, and we go up to sketch, create sketch, then it's not the end of the world. We can change this to don't attach. And hit OK. So create a new sketch, tells us what plane to place it upon, and we want it on the XY plane, so the top plane. I'm looking at here. And hit OK. The sketch will be created, but you can see that our image isn't centered. In this case, we come over to the model tab, click on the image plane, come down to the placement, come down to the position, open it up, and start nudging the X and Y until we are in the center. I'm going to say that's about right there. Now, at this point, you may want to start sketching from down here. The center point is where we're going to constrain everything to. And this is important because we want to know how to create this. We have some symmetry across the image. I know for a fact that this circle is 70 millimeters. So I'm going to use that as a point of constraint. So I'm going to constrain the circle as it starts to this center point. To do that, I'm going to come over to this circle, click it, and come down. Now, straight away, you can see an issue. We've got the white crosshairs. So when I start entering this white, we lose it. What we can do is come over to the model, click on the image plane, and then click on View. You'll find a number of options in here. So we've got bounding box, display, mode, etc. We come down, we've got transparency, and we can drop this transparency. By using the up and down arrow keys, we can adjust the value to like 36. Therefore, we can see our crosshairs. And that means that we've got a better chance of sketching this easily. The other way to do it is to come into the Edit, Preferences, and on the left-hand side, you'll notice Sketcher icon, because we've opened up the Sketcher, so we added to our preferences at that time. Click that, and we've got colors. We can change the cursor crosshairs. We may need to also change the edge, because under constrained is white, and we've got a white image. But I'm going through the transparency method first. So let's just cancel out that. Let's start sketching. So I've got the circle geometry selected. I've got the auto constraints on. So in edit controls, we've got auto constraints on. Means when I hover over that point, we get the coincident constraint, and you can match those to the toolbar here. So I'm coincident to that center point. We click once to attach it, and then bring this out and click when we get to the circle. As you can see, we're not fully centered with this circle, but that's fine. I'm going to hit the right mouse button or hit escape, click the mouse button back, and click on this circle, and add a diameter to it. Drop this down, constrain diameter, and we'll constrain that to 17 millimeters. We can see that the sketch has gone green, bright green, so it's fully constrained. And now coming over to the model and clicking on the image plane, I can see that we've got ticks going across here, so I'm just going to go edit, refresh, just to refresh those. And come down to the data tab, and I'm going to look at the position and the placement, and I'm going to start moving this into position. So we're looking for a near enough fit, so best fit, because we know this dimension, and we'll be going off the other circles in here and closely fit them to our model. I'm going to say that we're centered now, and I'm going to come back over to tasks, and we're going to start sketching in some other elements. So I'm looking around and looking at the other elements and looking at these circles. So these are plain circles. We're going to hit a little bit of an issue with this because we need to fully constrain the sketch. So let's add a circle. Click on the circle, come down, click around about the middle, and bring the circle out. We can zoom in to start to position this. Hit escape, press mouse right button to get the point back and start manipulating this into position. Once it's in position, click the circle, and we'll add a constraint. And I'm going to go for a diameter constraint again. 10.14, I'm going to drop this to 10 millimeters, and that is in there. But it's not fully constrained. You can see that because it's in white, and our sketch has gone from bright green to more transparent green, so we need to sort the constraints out. We could use this point and use height and length constraints in there, but we're going to have to do that for all the other circles. So I'm going to constrain this via something called construction geometry. Now, construction geometry allows you to add, say, a line, and I'm going to connect up this line to the center point, constraint, and the center point of this arc, like so. And then it allows you to say, if I'm looking at these, then I can constrain with an angle between here. So these are evenly spaced. So we'll have a 360-degree angle divided by 3, which is 120. And we can use this one and say another line here, connect that to a circle. So let's get our circle in. So that's center point, like that. And we'll create a line that connects up coincident to that center and coincident to the center here. Now what we can do is take this line and place an angle between them. So using the angle constraint angle, and type in 120. If we don't want to do the maths, what we can do is 360, then use the slash for divide, and 3, and that will give us the 120 there. And we'll just manipulate these into position, and you can see we can place these.
Sick.
Another thing that I'm going to do is take these two lines and make them of equal length using an equality constraint. So select those two, hit the equals. That means we can come in and out by using this point, and we'll move them in and out and side to side. So we can get those into position. You may not be able to match these exactly to your sketch because we may have pictures at slight angles, so the perspective is not quite right. Just going to take these circles. Take the one that's got the constraint first, and then this one, and hit equality across those. So this one is equal to here, so that's locked down now. I'm just going to get one of them into position. Let's do the other one at the top. So use a circle, and I'm not going to place it upon this line. I'm just going to place it by the side and make sure I don't.
That bothers me so much that it's not
which is a tangent
that
constraint.
exact.
Just want to create the circle, and I've hit escape, which is not good. Let's double the sketch coming again. If you hit escape and you haven't got anything selected, and you've still got your mouse pointer available rather than a constraint pointer, then it's going to exit the sketch. So now I've got that circle. I'm just going to add a line between this point and connect up to that point, and hit the right mouse button. And we need an angle constraint between this line and this line, again using the angle of 120. And let's make this line and this line equal as well. So we've got quality across there. If I take this and turn it, you can see they're turning now and going in and out, so we can place those in the correct position. Put some height along this line. Well, first of all, I'm going to add a vertical constraint, so it keeps it nice and vertical. I could attach it to this vertical axis, but I'm just going to place a vertical constraint in there. And
wait, what did he do?
Keeps it nice and vertical. I could attach it to this vertical axis, but I'm just going to place a vertical constraint in there. And we'll just get these into position, like so, and that will do me. I can see that I've got a slight skew on my reference image, which is fine. So now I can place some length in here. With this one, we'll just use the vertical distance. We can't use vertical distance if we're selecting to take this one. We would have to use the distance constraint, this one here, constraint distance. I'm just going to use the vertical distance for this one. And we've got 54.62, so I'm going to go 54.5 in there. So we've got our constraint in there. So move that across, that way. And everything inside has gone green. So if I hide that image plane, we can see everything's suddenly gone green. This one is constrained there. So I thought it was a bit cloudy green, so we need to constrain this one. So this needs an equality between these two.
Oh yeah.
Make sure that we don't have two things selected on the left-hand side. So this one and this one. This should turn bright green now. Equals, so everything is constrained.
Nice.
If I come to the task and hit close, then this is not a valid sketch at the moment. We don't want these lines. These are construction geometry. So to change those to construction geometry, we can click on this line, and this line, and use the toggle construction geometry. Also available on sketch geometries, and toggle construction geometry. That's gone blue now. It's a lighter blue because it's constrained. If I close that, you see those have gone. So construction geometry is basically just a skeleton. If I had nothing selected and selected this icon here, you'll see these turn blue. So if you see that, what we have to do is select the icon again, and it'll turn back to normal construction. So this toggles this toolbar to from construction mode, or toggles the selected constraint to construction mode. Let's bring back our reference image. We're now going to add the arcs. So I'm going to come into one of the sketches, one of the sides that is most accurate, and go to the top. And we're going to add an arc. So using the arc here, we've got a endpoint and endpoint. I'm using the center and endpoint. And we'll place the mouse pointer coincident to this point. So we've got coincident constraint, click, and we'll get a circle. This is an arc, but we'll get a line. So this is where the arc actually starts. So I'm going to start it here. We can line up the circle with that edge to see where we will be able to start. So I can see this arc starts vanishing into the reference image here. So our arc's going to be about here to here. I'm going to make this arc using this point, and using this line as a reference. So click that last, make that symmetrical to there. It's over constrained, so we've got a problem there. So if we zoom out and use the task, you can see we've got redundant constraint number 15. If I click that, it'll highlight in green. So you can see we've got this vertical constraint, which we're using symmetry. We don't need that, so we can hit delete. It's already highlighted, and we've got that in there. So that's symmetrical to that point. Then click on this arc and use a radius constraint. So drop this down and constrain the radius. And we'll say about 11 millimeters there. Now we've got the arc, we can start putting in some line geometry. So click the line, I'm going to follow this edge. So click on that and follow this edge down, like so. Hit escape, and I want this tangent to this arc, because at the moment if I move this, we can see it's not tangent. We need fluid arc connection to this. So click this line and this arc. We'll go to the left, and we've got avoid redundant auto constraints checked. So this will come in handy when we're creating geometry that requires removal of all constraints. So I'm going to use constraint tangent. We get this sketch of constraint substitution, which is okay. So now this point, which was coincidence, has been substituted with a tangent constraint, and we've got our line in place. Comes all the way down to about here. Now this looks like an arc, but what we're going to do is basically do the same what we did here over here. Just sketch that in there, using the arc again, using this point. And we'll come out and just place this arc in quickly, like so, so we can show you how to actually manipulate that without having problems. Now, how do I make this symmetrical to, say, this line here? So on these points, so that's not symmetrical, we want it about over here. We can do that by clicking both these points, and then clicking construction geometry, and using symmetry constraint there. That's symmetric across there. Should have really done that on the top one, but we used basically this vertical line. It doesn't matter, it still works. Now we can manipulate that into position. And don't worry if it's not a good fit, it's close enough that we can just carry on and finish our model. Next thing, again, is the line coming out over here. And we'll make this arc and this line, click both of them, make them tangent to each other. Get substitution again, okay that. Now, I want to take the radius, because I've got radius in here somewhere. Where is it? It's in here, there's the radius there. So I want to take this arc, and use an equality, so those radiuses are the same. Also want to take this line and make those equal. So we're beginning to build up our shape. Question is there an arc between these? And I think there is a slight arc there, so let's add an arc. And this time I'm going to use the endpoint and rim point arc. So I'm going to click this point and this point, and just add a small arc there. Hit escape, get mouse button back, or your right mouse button, and select the arc and one of the edges, and use the tangency. Okay, so that's tangent. And do the same over here, this one, and tangent. Okay, so now we've got a nice smooth line between those. And we've got the equality, so we can move that into place. So I can move it about there. And that's looking nice, so I'm going to use this arc and come over and use a radius constraint on that. And that's around that up to 80. So we've got a radius constraint across there. So we've demonstrated a number of arcs and radiuses across those. Now, as I said, we could just do, say, this side and create mirrors or polar patterns or so across here, but we're doing it all in the sketch. Let's repeat this process all the way around. So let's quickly do that, and I'm just going to lay down an arc there, and a line that connects at this point, and do this quickly. And this
Oh,
point,
he's
and
cooking.
another arc in here, so I'm going to drop that one there. And we'll create another line here, comes out here, and place an arc in there, this point, and create a little arc there. And we need a line as well. So just quickly done those around there, and we'll add our arc in here. So come up to this and drop it down to the center endpoint arc, and you just come in a bit and hover over that center point. Come out, and what we're going to do is this time hover over this point, connect up, bring this right the way around, and hover over this point, and we've got coincident constraint and connect up. Those are already connected. Takes us a bit of time. Let's bring this down, but you can see it's a bit all over the place at the moment. So we're missing our tangency. So this arc, this line, tangent. See how that's straightened up there? So it's a nice fluid arc, and we'll do the same over this side, and create our tangency. And okay, that. We've got symmetry across here, so we can take these 2 points, and then the last point or line that we use is symmetrical across there. So this line here, our construction geometry, and use the symmetry constraint. So that's all in symmetry. Let's make sure that we've got tangency across these two. Tangency, okay, and same for this one. Tangency, okay, and same for these two. Tangency, and these two. And finally, these two. Right, we've got alt. Right, we've got an open constraint, so we have an issue here. So redundant constraint is 39. So if we click 39, we can see what a tangency constraint up here, which is redundant. That one there. Let's delete that. That's because we had 2 tangency constraints. So that's gone now, so that's all good. And we need to make, we've got these arcs going all the way around here, so we need to also make this arc equal as well. So we can take an arc and this arc and use the equality. These two lines,
pretty good.
in fact, all of these lines here and these two need equality as well. But redundant constraint there because we've already added it somewhere, so we'll just click on that, hit delete. That needs to have our constraints. So if we add multiple constraints and then we added them again, it just cleans them up for us. And these 3 arcs also need equality across them. So we've almost finished our sketch, but it's not fully constrained. Let's have a look at what it looks like. Hit close. Well, it's getting there. So we're getting our sketching down, our tracing down. Let's go back into the sketch. And let's start adding, because we've done basically a few data constraints here. We have radius. We have a radius somewhere else. Where's the radius there? We've got a radius there as well, which was this one, so you can see it pointing to that. And this one here, we can see that we have, you can see the arrow there. So it brings it down. And you can see a little arrow in here. So I'll highlight that. See that little arrow, the little yellow arrow here? That shows you what arc it's using. So that one there. So what we need to do is create length, a distance in this one. And that will constrain everything because we've got equality across these lines. And this is the only one that's not constrained because we've got a radius constraint here. We've got a radius constraint in here. We said that all of these arcs are equal. And we've got a radius constraint down here. What's this one connected to? So that's connected, so you can see the arrows connected to that arc there. That one there. Everything's constrained except for these lines, but they have an equality constraint all the way across them. So the minute we add a constraint to one of these lines, it's the only one that's left. So distance across there because we can't use a height or length, and we'll just okay that. We're fully constrained. Let's close out that now. And we sketched our first part. Let's click on the image, press the spacebar.
Pretty cool.
And there it is. We've only got a sketch. So we can use that in the part design or the part. Let's use this, say, in the part design. Come over to the part design, and we'll create a body. Come over to the model, we can see the body has been added, but the sketch isn't inside it. So if I click on this sketch and try to pad this, then you cannot use the sketch because it's not inside the body. So what we have to do is take that sketch and drop it inside the body. Simple as that. Now, when we use the pad, we get the feather pad. So we've gone far through our journey so far. We've learned how to use the part design, the sketcher, and now the image workbench. We're going to continue in our next video sketching and tracing with the image workbench, but this time on multiple planes. So we're going to be looking at tracing an object that we need multiple reference images for. Through this, we'll learn much more about sketching and part design before moving away into other areas of freecad. So I hope you enjoyed these tutorials and I hope to see you again soon. If you like what you've seen, please subscribe to the site. I also have a Ko-Fi or a Coffee site that you can donate to if you so desire, and that's at ko-fi.com/MANG0. Also,
Hi and welcome back to the Learning FreeCAD for Beginners series. We're on part 5, where we're teaching the fundamentals of FreeCAD using practical examples and exploring workflows. In the previous lesson, we looked at tracing. In this lesson, we're going to carry on with tracing. We're going to be doing a project over 2 videos. In the first video, we're going to trace a part in the sketcher using a part design workflow.
we're going to create a model from a number of images. These will be used as a tracing reference. In this video, we're going to be looking at the workflow through the part design. We'll create a sketch of one of the features using the part design and the image workbench. And we're going to be looking at a repeating feature. So we've got a feature in there that will save time by repeating the feature around a circular path. This will be known as a polar pattern. The result will be a sketch of part of this feature. And as you can see, it's been repeated 4 times to create the finished part. We'll be later using that in the end result to create this model. So I hope you've enjoyed your journey so far. And let's have a look at how we'll do this. If you like what you're seeing, please subscribe to the site. I also run a Patreon/map. So we're in FreeCAD, create a new document, and we'll jump over to the image workbench. From here, we can import the image using the create an image plane, and we'll just locate the image, and we'll import it. This is the top image, so it'll be looking down on the top, so I'm going for the XY plane, and that will import the image, and we'll just rotate our view so it's in front of us, and click top. We're looking straight down on the image, and we need to scale this image down, using the tool to scale. Now, with this image, I know some dimensions in here. I haven't got any references, but I know that going from across here, I'll click once, and then click again, those 2 edges, that this is 38 millimeters. We select the image plane and then hit OK. This is now to scale. So I'll zoom in up and use the ruler just to check, just to get a rough scale from here to here. You can see that's 38 millimeters. I'm just going to rename this image plane so we can keep track of what we're doing. Before we tackle any of the other images, we're going to learn how to trace this image using a sketch, part design workflow, and something called a polar pattern. This means that we only need to trace one of these features to allow us to copy it to all of these. So one feature for 4 features. Let's come over to the part design workbench and start creating our new sketch. Now we're in the part design workbench, we can follow the tasks to guide us through the workflow, or we could use the toolbar up the top. So first of all, we need a new body, so we're going to click on task and create body, and then it will guide us to create a sketch. We're looking down on the object, so you can see we've got the XY plane here. So click the XY plane and hit OK. This throws us into a sketcher. To allow us to use a polar pattern, we really need to be centered, because polar means a circle, so we need to be in the center of this object before we start sketching. To do that, I'm going to move the image behind the sketch into position. So we click on the model, click on the top plane image, come down to the placement. Let's expand this out so we can see what we're doing. Come down to the position, and we've got the X, Y, and Z. Now, word of advice, use the X, Y, and Z from the handler or from a navigation cube. Don't use the red and the green lines, because these are associated with the sketch. So this is the X, this is the Y, and the Z is always normal to the sketch pointing towards you, and that means that's exactly the same on each plane. We need to use the global coordinate system here, so we can see Y, X, and Z. So I need to move this along the Y, and we can just use the up and down arrow keys, or type in a number in here, minus down, plus up. So you can see it's got -3, and we move that down. And that is basically, I would say, in position. We've just got to adjust the X. And I'm going to put 0.5 on there, change that to 0.5. So we should be positioned correctly now. I'm going to start sketching part of this object. Now, to use a polar pattern, I need to just sketch this part here and part of this. First of all, I'm going to show you how a polar pattern works. If I created, say, a shape in here using some lines, so we'll connect the lines up to the quarter of this circle. So 2 lines here and an arc. We use the endpoint and endpoint arc. Connecting up these points and creating a curve. And what we'll do is we bring this into the center, attach it to there with coincident constraint. Then we've got basically a section here. Now I've got a point and line constraint, which I'm not happy there, so I'm going to delete that and just put a vertical constraint, because I want to show you what happens when we start to move this. So vertical constraint along there. So those are constrained. If I come over and hit close and hide the top plane, so that image is gone, we can pad this sketch by using the pad tools, and we'll give it a 10mm pad. So we've got this section here. What we can then do is click on the pad and then come up to the part design and apply a pattern, and you'll notice we've got polar pattern there. It's also available in the toolbar with the same icon. When we click that, we see we get some transformation problems. But this feature is being mirrored over to the left-hand side. On the left-hand side, you'll see we have an axis here, and also we have the occurrences, which at the moment is 2. Let's increase this to 4. You can see how this has been increased. They do not touch at the moment, this one. Increase it once more, and they have connected. The axis that this is on is normal to sketch. That means it's facing away from the sketch. So we sketch this part here with a sketch that's sitting on the top plane. The normal sketch axis will be the axis that's pointing towards us, and this is the one we've chosen here. We can change this to vertical sketch axis, and you can see what's happened there. And going to horizontal sketch axis. And then we can use the base X, the base Y, and the base Z. So that will be these axes here, going along there. You can see, because we've got 4 evenly placed sections, that this creates a full circle. And this is the technique we're going to be using for sketching those features in our sketch. Because if we go back to our sketch, let's just delete that polar pattern by clicking and pressing the delete key, and also delete the pad as well. If we go back to the sketch and bring in the top plane, then it would be no point in sketching these individually, because we'd be just wasting our time. Now, the thing to remember is that though we've created a section here, these features aren't within this slice. So we need to figure out how we're going to deal with this. We still want the 4 sections, and the easiest way to do that is, let's take these horizontal constraints off, horizontal and vertical, is that we can just bring this around this way and make sure that the angle between these, using the angle, constraint angle, is 90 degrees. So we've got a 90-degree angle that allows us to do the 360. So we can look to see
what else is in this thing more. Using SVG.
on this feature, we'll slice it through here and just build this section, and then repeat this around. So we've got 4 sections going around here. So what I've done is just delete that sketch out of that body, go into the body and create the sketch along the XY plane, and hit OK. We need to position our object, the top plane, into the correct position, so we're going to come in and nudge the X into position around about 0.5, and the Y using the up and down arrow keys to just get ourselves into position, so -3. So we're there now. We need to sketch this, so we're going to divide this into a number of segments, so 4 segments, allowing us just to sketch this top one and repeat it around the 4 segments. First of all, we need to create a 90-degree segment, so it fits nicely around our 360 degrees of circle. For that, we're going to use a line, and come down and connect to that point, and then come across with another line, click, and over here somewhere. Hit escape to the mouse pointer back and change both these lines to construction geometry. And we'll set an angle between these two with an angle constraint of 90 degrees. Those are in position, let's make those two equals 1. So quality go into those, and we'll come in, and I'm going to place this point where this arc starts. So where this arc starts, I'm going to place it along there. Now we need some arcs to follow this line around, so I'm going to come in and use the center and endpoint arc, hover over the center point because we've got the order constraints on, click, come up, hover over this point, see we've got coincidence constraint, and we'll bring the arc all the way around and connect. We've got over constraints there, so let's have a look, see what we've got. We've got redundant constraint, which is number 4, which is this equality, and we'll hit delete on that because we've got that arc connecting up those two. We'll create another arc now, center, come out and use the inner arc there and connect up. So those are connected. Let's add a line between these, so this line to this one, so point on point constraint or coincidence constraint, and we'll do the same over here as well. So we've got our first section in here. We need to set some radius, so we set the radius of the outside. Matter of fact, let's just set the radius, so we've got the radius and just click. That's 17, hit enter. We still got that tool enabled, so we'll select the inner one and set that 15. So those are in there. We need to come in and just position this point about where this feature starts here. We can then set the angle between this line and this line of 15 degrees. And that is all set there. Hit escape, hit the mouse pointer back, and we can start sketching this feature. To do that, I'm going to use a number of arcs and symmetry. So let's use our endpoint and rim point arc, and we're going to connect up point on point or coincidence constraint to here, and make our first arc and bring this in. So make our second arc, and then make our next one. We'll come right way across and make that arc there. 2 more, and connect up to this line and make that curvature. So we've got all these here, point on line constraint. Hit escape to get the mouse pointer back, and we can start, just bring these in, and let's make between these two, a tangency constraint. Let's make that smooth. Same with this one. Tangency constraint. Okay. So those are nice and smooth now. We can move those in. You can see this one moved up and down. Well, I don't want that one to move up and down. So I'm going to click on there and find the center of that arc. So I can see that center's there. So I can take that point and this line and connect that up, because that will keep that on that line. And we'll place it just so it touches that edge, and then restrict this one down to this point with a height constraint of 8mm. So that one's in there. And we need actually to have that symmetrical. That's not symmetrical yet. Let's take these 2 points and this one and use a symmetry constraint. We will get over constrained because I've added this one in here, number 23. Let's click it, and we can see that point on line. We don't actually need that. We just need that some distance away from there. So you can see how the auto constraints kick in and remove any constraint that you made a mistake with, or just get that point in place so we can move forward. So now, well, I want to get this nicely positioned right about here. And let's take these 2 points. So these are the centers of the arc. So I'm going to use those and make them symmetrical to that one. So that one's to the other, and the last one you want to make it symmetrical to of the arc. So I'm going to use those and make them symmetrical to that one. So that one's to the other, and the last one you want to make it symmetrical to, which is this line. And we can start getting these into position. So you can see how much easier this is to actually start molding this into position. So using the centers of the arcs, make sure there's nothing selected first. Select the 2 and select this line and make a symmetrical constraint across there. And we can pull one out and decide where it's going to sit. Now, there's many ways of constraining these. It may take some time. We've got symmetry across here, so we can start constraining these down to make this all green. We've got 5 degrees of freedom at the moment. So that's set the radius of these. So I'm going to take this one, set the radius 2.5, adjust it slightly, and set this one, radius of 2, and set the radius of this one as well. And this one is 10.75. It's slightly higher, but that's fine. So now we've got this, and you can see that we've got much more restricted down. In and out movement, basically, with these, not up and down. I hit Control Z just to get them back into position. We've got 2 degrees of freedom. Let's click, and we can see that these points here and this, so that's locked down these 2. 3.3, we've got 1 degree of freedom now. So there's one thing that we need to sort, and I think it's just going to be this here. So this one and this one. I'll place a length in there of 5mm. So that's all locked down. We can now start trimming some of this away. So I'm looking at the object. Well, we need some lines actually. So let's get some lines in here, from here to here, and the same. Make sure it's got a vertical constraint. I'm going to place them symmetrical. So taking these 2 points and the center line, this one here. So make sure that's selected. So these 2 points, say the bottom points actually, so these 2, and this center line, this one here, and do symmetry. Wave constraint number 35, so click number 35 and delete. and that's in symmetrical constraint there. And what I might do is actually just take this line and this point, so the center of that arc, and put a point on line constraint, a point on object constraint. So now we're fully constrained, we need to trim this, so we need to remove this line here and these lines at the top. We may start to remove some of the constraints when we start trimming, so we have to be careful of that. So let's hit the trim tool, and let's start trimming this line here. So trimmed, we can see that we're already lost constraints. Hit escape and just move, say, this constraint, we can see what's happened. We no longer got a height restriction against this one. And you can see 1 degree of freedom, and these arcs here are the cause of the issue. Hit Control Z just to put that back in position, and make sure nothing's selected. What we're going to do is just select the center point and come down and select this center point and place a height in there of 18.54. Everything's gone green again, and I'm going to carry on with the trimming. So the next one I'm going to trim is this one, and then last of all, this one. So we're fully constrained, and we're all ready to go. Doesn't matter how you constrain this, you may have more constraints, less constraints in there. We've just got a fully constrained sketch, and we're safe to use that. Let's hit close, and click on the top plane and press the spacebar, and we've got our sketch ready to go. Now click on the sketch and select the pad tool, and it is now starting to pad. One thing that you want to be wary of is that if you come into the sketch, if this is not fully constrained, and say we had a break in this, for instance, let's put 2 lines in here like so, and what I'm going to do is just trim in the middle. So we trimmed out that line there, and we'll delete these 2 lines. So I've just split that in half. If this was just sitting over the top of here, then that looks like there's nothing wrong with this sketch. It looks like it's clenched up, but it's not constrained. If I hit close and try to pad that now, it will disappear. It goes into error. You can see we can file down the bottom. We can find that problem by coming out to the sketch and validate sketch, but first we must select it. Select sketch, sketch, validate sketch, and here we've got highlight troublesome vertices. Click that, you can see in yellow, that's highlighted there. And you can see as we zoom in, they part. So we can just fix that. Let's go into the sketch and just Control Z that. And there we go, got it back. Let's close that and create our pad. I'm just going to go for the default of 10 millimeters. Hit OK. I'm now going to create a polar array of this. So I click on the pad, come up to the part design, come up to apply a pattern, and come down to polar pattern. It will say the transformation is not successful. We can see it's over here, and that's because it's disconnected from this body. Now remember, the axis is in the middle, so it'd be rotating around the axis. And if we drop down, we can see what axis it is. Normal to sketch. As we said before, if you've got a sketch, the axis that is normal to sketch is the Z axis. So this Z axis here is not actually the axis of the sketch, it's the axis of the base Z, this one here. We can use either or, normal to sketch or Z axis. That increases currents to 3 and now 4. And we can see that's all connected up there. Yeah, okay. And we now have our feature. But you can see we've got these lines in here that's going across here. You may not want that because it creates extra faces. We can remove those by clicking on the polar pattern, come down to the refine on the data tab. And what this does, it just removes those redundant faces. So click off now, I've set that to true, we've got 1 face and reduced faces going around the outside. And that's our feature completed. We'll now move on to understanding how we can create the rest of this object. We'll now take our parts being created from the polar array and using a number of reference images,
That's pretty
trace
cool.
and create our finished model. And that'll be available in the second video to this part and should be available on my channel in the next few days, if not available now. Please check the description for the playlist and you'll be able to find it there. Hope you enjoyed the series and hope to see you again in the next video. If you like what you've seen, please subscribe to the site. I also have a Ko-Fi or a coffee site that you can donate to if you so desire, and that's at ko-fi.
Hi everyone, and welcome back to another part of the Learning FreeCAD for Beginners, where we're teaching the fundamentals of FreeCAD with practical examples and by learning FreeCAD workflows. We're in the middle of a project where we're creating a simple part by tracing reference images in the image workbench using the sketcher to trace those images into a part design workflow. We're carrying on where we left off in the previous tutorial, but this time we're combining the multiple reference images along with what we created with the polar pattern, bringing those together to create the end result. If you haven't followed the previous tutorial, you'll need to follow that to create one of the features of this object. So let's have a look how we finish this object so we can move on to something a bit more interesting. If you like what you've seen, please subscribe to the site. I also run a Patreon.com/. So in our previous video, we created this polar pattern and this object. We're going to use this to complete the whole object now. So I'm just going to save this off as a different file. And I'm going to delete the polar pattern and delete the pad. Inside we have the sketch. I'm going to make sure the body is active, toggle active body. Therefore anything we create will be placed inside this body. Otherwise it will actually create a new body and place those in there. Let's get some images in to finish off this object. So we're going to start in the image workbench. And I'm going to hide the top plane and hide the sketch. We're loading the image now. So I'm going to come in, create an image plane, come into the images and select the base.jpg and open that up. This is going to be sitting on the XY plane, so you'll notice that this top image, this one here, is actually on the wrong plane. I'm going to sort that out in a minute because that sketch is also on the wrong plane. So click on the top. Now looking at the image, we've got scale here, but it's only going to scale the base of this. It's not going to scale any of this feature because it has depth and this is close to the camera. So let's scale this image now. It's going to ask us for a distance and also select the 2 points. So I'm going to come in from 0, click, and up to 14, and type in 114 millimeters because this ruler is in centimeters. Select the image plane and hit OK, and we're going to rename this to base plane. We now can take some measurements off of here. So I'm going to use the measure tool and come in and just measure across here. And we can see that's 47, or let's say that's about 48 millimeters. Let's bring in the other image. So I'm going to come around to this side and bring in the side image. Again, in the image workbench, and we need to create an image in 3D space, and we'll go down to the side JPEG and open that up along the XZ plane and hit OK.
Let's place that in there. It is around the wrong way. We can sort that out in a minute.
What? I guess I could just take some photos, but it seems like a pain in the ass. I don't know. Hello? What's up with my gain? What's up with my gain, bruh? Do I have a filter on? I don't know. I feel like the meter is just wrong. I'm gonna get some water.
Along the X to Z plane and hit OK. Let's place that in there. It is around the wrong way. We can sort that out in a minute. Now, let's have a look at the scale. We've got the scale here, but it's no good to us because this is closest to the camera. So we can take a reference off of this one. Well, we've taken the length here, so we're going to use 47.54 or 48 millimeters. We can see it's from this point to here. We can't do it from here because, well, this is closest to the camera, so that would be no good. Let's come around and we'll scale from this point to this point, 48 millimeters. So using the scale, and we want 48 millimeters, and we'll select just in here and all the way up to about here. Select the image plane and hit OK. That is scaled now. Let's rename that image plane to side plane. Let's place this. So if we look, it's round the wrong way, so we need to flip this around. So let's select the side plane, right click, transform, make sure our rotational increments is set to 15. Therefore, when we flip this around, it's in increments of 15, and we get a nice little line there. One side will be black, so we come around to the other side, we can see the image. Click on the navigation so we can get it just right, and we can start moving this up. Give it a little bit of angle so we can see the image underneath. There we go, and we'll move this across, and we'll move this up like so, and just move this across so we can see that sitting across there.
Whoa.
Do some more adjustments in that in a moment. So we've got 2 images in there. Let's hide that distance. Let's go up to the top, And I'm going to start sketching this. We're upside down, so let's bring this around. There we go. Let's come over to the part design and make sure this body is active. So it's bold. If not, just right click, toggle active body. That's active there. Click the body and then create a new sketch. And we want it on the same plane, so the XY plane on top. Let's click the XY plane and we can start sketching. This isn't positioned correctly, so I'm just going to come over to the model, click on the base plane, come down to placement, and we'll change the angle and just straighten that up. And we've got the position X, Y, etc. And we'll move it up along the Y axis. And we start to get the square in here. So let's click on the square rectangle, come in, and we just want to sketch along this line here and out to here. Now we've got that in there, we can set the length. So if I remember rightly, this one was 48 millimeters. There we go, that's in there. And this height, that's 52. I'm going to say that's 51 because I will pull that in there and we can position that. So that should be about right. Now I'm going to take these 2 points, make sure nothing's selected, take the 2 corner points and we're going to make symmetry across this point. So that allows us to use these lines in symmetry constraints and symmetry tools. So click the symmetry constraint, that's there. Our image will be out. So we need to click the base plane and change the Y and put the image back. I'm pressing the up and down arrows, by the way, to put because we don't know how much to pad this. So we're going to use the other sketch, just come around to the other side, bring this in. We're going to do some measurements across here. So let's get our padding. So, well, we can see that we need to move this across. So I'm going to click on side sketch, side plane, right click, transform, and zoom out. Let's just move this in line to there because we measured from this sketch actually comes from here to here. So we have to be wary of the width here as well. So now that's there, let's take a measurement across here using the measure tool and get this measurement in, which is this one, 1.92 millimeters, and we'll take this measurement as well. So the measure tool, be wary if you click on the sketch and there because you'll get the measurement going along the plane of the sketch, the surface of the sketch, which we don't want. So let's delete that one and redo that with the measure tool, which is here. Let's come in and let's measure that 3.5 millimeters. We also need a height of this. So measure from this point all the way up to the top, out here, 45.8, 46, and we'll...
What the hell is that thing? That's my question. What is that? Bro didn't say. What is that?
take the length of here as well.
What is that for?
So again, measure here to here, and that gives us a length. Now we can start padding. So let's come down to the sketch, this one here, and we'll pad that, and we need to pad it by 3.5 millimeters, so 3.5 millimeters in the length, and hit enter. This is transparent at the moment, so I've got the transparency set on that body. Click that body, look at the view, and what you'll see if I zero that transparency out, that's what you'll see. So that is what it should look like. Making sure that we check back at our image with the pad to make sure it's running the right way. It's quite easy to get carried away and pad to sketch this side rather than sketch this side. So in that case, I'm going to come around to this side. I'm going to hide the base plane by pressing the spacebar, and I'm going to add a sketch to here.
Ooh. That's fucking awesome. Dude, that is sick. Alright, I want to watch this.
So let's get started with the simpler one, then we will move on to this, how to animate this bevel gear assembly. So let's move on to the simpler one. So here I have a 3D model of a propeller. So the first thing before moving towards the animation workspace, make sure that for realistic animation, make sure you have all your effects checked out, like anti-aliasing, etc. And the second thing, the environment. Normally by default, the environment is photo booth, and each the environment and the effect setting which you use in model workspace will also be applicable in the animation workspace also. So personally, my favorite is gray room. Process provides a better reflection. But this is up to you. Now, after the selection of the environment and the effects, just go to the animation workspace. So here it is. So this is the your animation timeline, and each number here donates denotes a particular second. So before starting anything, make sure that your timeline is set up to 0, because anything, suppose that I set the timeline to the 8 second, and anything that I make changes in the modeling workspace, even the slightest camera change will be recorded. And if I just play the timeline, you can see that there is a movement in the camera. So before making any changes, if you want to, so just make sure your timeline is set to 0. So the next thing, suppose that I want to make an animation of how this propeller will look like when it is rotating, and I want to make a video of 10 seconds. So let's click on the timeline to the 10 second. Now go to your browser's window, click on component. So here's the propeller. Right click on this and click on transform component. You can also click from here transform component, select the
Your boy just got Wait, what? Do I have to confirm? Oh no, it fixed itself. Okay. This thing also does not have a command palette. Wait, what if I wanted a... So is the whole thing about constraints? I don't really know. Can I just fix the whole thing? Okay, can I sketch onto that face? Oh, nice. Okay, I think I'm getting it. Okay, now if I do... Holy fuck. I just want to reverse the... Oh, reverse zoom direction. Perfect. How do I change it? I guess you just put it in there like that. I'm gonna delete everything. The fuck? Control A, bro. I want to delete everything. Control new. Fuck it. Boom, boom. 2-point rectangle. Centered rectangle. Boom. 50 millimeters by 100 millimeters. Oh, fuck, that... Okay, I can just drag this around. And I can change this or not? Okay. Is it fixed? What is that? Is that just a little icon that says what the constraint is? What is that? What is that? Yeah, see, that's not what you want. You don't want coincidence. You don't want that either. You want distance. What is the same thing? What is it actually called? It's these. Hmm? Okay. Wait, but I didn't see where to actually do it. Okay, so we're gonna go bop, bop. No. Okay, I guess we have to do this. Oh, why didn't I see that? People that use Control Y instead of Control Shift Z are dumb. I don't get it. Yeah, Lego brick,
Welcome
that's
to day
pretty
number
good.
1 of Learn Fusion 360 in 30 days. I'm Kevin Kennedy, and today we'll look at how to create a 2D sketch, the extrude feature, how to make an object hollow, and a rectangular pattern feature. To start, select the Show Data Panel icon in the upper left corner. You'll access your designs and manage projects in the data panel. I encourage you to start with good habits by creating a new project. Name this Learn Fusion 360 in 30 days. Double-click on a project to open it. Notice we can also create folders to organize our project files. For example, I'll make a new folder titled Day Number 1-Toy Block. For your convenience, I record all tutorials with Fusion 360's default settings. You can make sure your settings are set to the defaults by selecting your profile and preferences. Then select the Restore Defaults button in the lower left of the dialog. If Restore Defaults is grayed out, then you're all set. The last thing we'll want to do is set our default units. I'll be using millimeters for each tutorial in the series unless stated otherwise. On the left side, you will find default units for the different workspaces. We'll select Design and make sure this is set to millimeters. Note that this sets the default unit for every new design file. However, you can change units of individual files at any time. Be sure to select Apply to save the changes before closing the dialog. The units of an individual file are found in the Fusion 360 browser. Toggle open the Document Settings folder and select Change Active Units. Select your desired units, and notice you can also set the chosen units as the default.
Okay. Jesus.
Desired part optional sketch just be standard bodies organized. New building our toy block. You'll want to create a new component each time you start a new part. This will help keep all of our 2D sketches and 3D bodies organized. I'll discuss more details on components throughout the course. For now, it'll simply help keep our files organized and easier to manage. Find the Assemble dropdown and select New Component. Our type will always be standard unless we're working with sheet metal. We'll cover sheet metal components in another lesson, as well as some of the other options. Type out the desired part name, such as 2x8 block. Once complete, select OK. Notice our component is now listed in the Fusion 360 browser. For most Fusion 360 workflows, you'll start by creating a two-dimensional sketch that is turned into a three-dimensional body. We'll start new 2D sketches with the Create Sketch feature located in the toolbar or the Create menu. Notice we're then prompted to select one of the 3 origin planes. These origin planes correspond to our X, Y, and Z axes. I recommend selecting the plane based on how the object is sitting. We're going to draw the length and width of the block, so we'll select the bottom XY origin plane. Watch closely as I select the plane. First, you'll see that our view is automatically reoriented to look directly at the sketch. This is because it's generally a best practice to sketch in an orthographic or straight-on view. You'll also see that we now have a sketch tab in the toolbar. The sketch tools are contextual and will only appear while in an active sketch environment. We can now select the 2-point rectangle tool. Once active, we'll start by selecting the origin point. Always start at the origin, as this will help us fully define our sketch with constraints and dimensions. We'll be discussing this best practice in more detail throughout the course. Notice the 2-dimension inputs appear as I drag out my mouse cursor. We can select the tab key on our keyboard to switch between inputs.
Nice.
To simplify things, I'll provide you with dimensions for each project. We'll type out 15.8 millimeters for the width of the block. Hit the tab key, which will lock the dimension in place, and then type out 31.8 millimeters for the length. We can then click with the mouse to place the rectangle in the desired direction. With this particular design, the direction does not matter. If we toggle open our component in the browser, you'll find it has a sketches folder. Notice this includes the sketch we just created. We're now ready to turn this 2D sketch into a 3D body. To make it 3-dimensional, we'll use the extrude command, which is one of the most utilized commands in the design workspace. You can activate extrude from the toolbar, create menu of the solid tab, or by hitting the keyboard shortcut letter E as in echo. After activating the extrude command, you'll be prompted to select any closed sketch profiles that you would like to add or remove thickness. Fusion360 will automatically select the sketch if we only have one. We'll define the height as 9.6 millimeters. Notice this can be done in the canvas or the extrude dialog. I'll go ahead and hit the home icon in the upper right hand corner, located just to the left of the view cube. Selecting home will give us a 3D view of our model, showing us the 9.6 millimeter thickness. Let's select OK to confirm the extrude. Notice our 3D body is now listed in our component. Everything is nicely organized, and we can toggle the visibility of any of these at any time. You'll also find our actions are being recorded in the parametric timeline at the bottom of your screen. This allows us to go back and edit or delete features at any time. At this point, we must save our work. Fusion360 is cloud-based, which simply means your files are stored on Autodesk servers instead of your local computer. We'll still want to select the save icon in the applications bar. You can then define both the file name and the location of the file, or where it lives in the data panel. Selecting the caret icon will allow you to navigate through your projects and folders. Select save and watch what happens to the design tab. You'll see the name of the file and the version number will appear in the design tab. We'll talk about versioning in another lesson. Let's go ahead and finish off the toy block with the circles on top. We'll start by drawing a 2D circle on the top. Once again, we'll use Create Sketch to start a new 2D sketch. This time, we'll select the top planar face of the block. Select the center diameter circle or use the keyboard shortcut letter C as in Charlie. You'll select once to place the center of the circle, not worrying about where you select. We can then define the diameter as 5 millimeters and select again to place the circle. Notice each sketch command remains active until you press the escape key. At this point, our circle can still move freely if we select and drag it. We'll use sketch dimensions to limit its degrees of freedom. Select the dimension tool in the toolbar. We'll select the center of the circle and then the top edge of the rectangle. Notice as I drag out with my mouse, we see a dimension. Select again to place the dimension and then define its value as 3.9 millimeters. Let's repeat the previous steps in the other direction, also entering 3.9 millimeters for the distance. At this point, we could manually draw all of the other circles, but it would be much more efficient to use the rectangular pattern feature. It's important to note that Fusion360 has both a sketch rectangular pattern feature and a solid modeling rectangular pattern feature. I recommend avoiding the sketch one at all costs. Keeping our sketches simple will make it much easier to have a fully parametric model. We'll instead activate the extrude command with the shortcut letter E. I'll select the circle and define the distance as 1.7 millimeters. Before clicking OK, notice the operation is set to join. This means this new extrude will join the existing 3D body. We can now use the solid modeling rectangular pattern feature located in the toolbar or create dropdown. The pattern type will determine what we can choose to pattern. It defaulted to faces, but we'll want to change this to features. Features will allow us to select the extrude feature in the parametric timeline. You'll notice the cylinder turns blue when it's selected. Switch to the direction selector, where we'll select two edges to define the extrude feature in the parametric timeline. You'll notice the cylinder turns blue when it's selected. Switch to the direction selector, where we'll select two edges to define the directions for the pattern. Select both edges of the block. Notice we have two directional arrows on the model. Drag each one to get the pattern started. Dragging them first helps ensure we're heading in the right direction before defining the numbers in the dialog. For the length, I'll type 24 millimeters for the distance with a quantity of 4. The second direction will be a quantity of 2 with a distance of 8 millimeters. Note that you may need to add or remove the minus symbol to keep the pattern in the right direction. If the preview looks correct, then we're all set and can click OK. If yours is off, double check the distance type is set to extent. We'll discuss that more in additional lessons. We're just about done with our toy block. If you use the view cube to look at the bottom, you'll see that we still have a solid block. We can use the shell command to hollow out solid 3D bodies. Shell lives in the modify menu or the toolbar. We can select faces or bodies, which determine how the object is hollowed out. Because we want to leave the outer 4 walls, we'll select only the bottom face of the 3D body. We then define the inside thickness, which is 1.49 millimeters. Shell traces the outside walls of the design and applies our defined thickness. That is why you'll see the inside of our cylinders were included. Click OK to confirm the shell. Lastly, we'll draw the 3 center columns at the bottom of the block.
Wait, what? Why did that get... I don't understand why those holes are there.
For defined thickness. That is why you'll see the inside of our cylinders were included. Click OK to confirm the shell. You'll see the inside thickness, which is 1.49 millimeters. Shell traces the outside walls of the design and applies our defined thickness. That is why you'll see the inside of our cylinders were included. Click OK to confirm the shell. Lastly,
I
we'll
don't
draw the
get
three
that.
center columns at the bottom of the block. You can also create new sketches by right-clicking on a planar face followed by Create Sketch. Let's activate the line command from the toolbar. We'll start by selecting the construction option in the sketch palette, as this line is for reference purposes only. Then, because we're looking at an orthographic straight-on view, you'll find we can reference some of the existing geometry. Referencing our model's geometry will not work if you look at the model from an angle. To create this line, I will move my mouse cursor over these recessed circles. You'll see that it lets us snap into their center point. Then, I'll draw this line across to the other side, snapping into the other center point. Press the escape key to clear the line command. With a center diameter circle, we now have a reference line to find the midpoint. Be sure to turn off the construction option in the dialog box or by pressing the keyboard shortcut letter X. Find the midpoint where the triangle glyph appears. After we place the circle, we can define the diameter as 6.3 millimeters. As an alternative to the shell command, sometimes we may want to extrude an object with two defined walls. We can use the offset sketch tool from the toolbar. Select the circle and type out 1 millimeter for the offset distance. Flip the circle to make sure it's on the inside. We can now use extrude to turn the cylinder into a 3D body. Let's define the distance as 8.1 millimeters. Once again, let's use the rectangular pattern feature. The pattern type should be set to features as we use that last. Select the latest extrude in the timeline below. Select the edge for the direction. I'll type 3 for the quantity and 16 millimeters for the distance and click OK. If you now revolve the toy block around, you'll see that we have completed the overall shape. The last thing we'll want to do is add a fillet or rounded edges to some of the sharp edges. Activate the fillet command from the modified drop-down list or by selecting the keyboard shortcut letter F as in Foxtrot. Select the edges or faces to fillet and add a fillet of 0.2 millimeters by typing that out in the dialog box. Be sure to save your design once you're finished. Notice it will prompt you to add a version description with a version number. Something like finish the toy block will be helpful. You'll see the version
That's
number
retarded.
updates in your design tab. I'll see you in the next lesson where we'll look at 3D modeling a glass soda bottle.
Alright, let's try to do this shit. Wait, hold on. Fuck it. Fuck. Oh, assemble. New component. Standard. Lego. Okay. Now we create a sketch here. Rectangle. Here. And then it's 50 by 100. I don't remember.
Will be dimension inputs appear as I drag out my to set 15, lock the dimension in place, and then type out 31.8 millimeters for the.
Okay, then he
If
extruded
we toggle
it.
open our component in the browser, you'll find it has a sketches folder. Notice this includes the sketch we just created. Extrude command, you'll be prompted to select any closed sketch profiles that you would like to add or remove thickness. Fusion360 will automatically select the sketch if we only have one. We'll define the height as 9.6 millimeters. Notice this can be done in the canvas or the extrude dialog. I'll go ahead and hit the home icon in the upper right hand corner, located just to the left of the view cube. Selecting home will give us a 3D view of our model, showing us the 9.6 millimeter thickness. Let's select OK to confirm the extrude. Notice our 3D body is now listed in our component. Everything is nicely organized, and we can toggle the visibility of any of these at any time. You'll also find our actions are being recorded in the parametric timeline at the bottom of your screen. This allows us to go back and edit or delete features at any time. At this point, we must save our work. Fusion360 is cloud-based, which simply means your files are stored on Autodesk servers instead of your local computer. We'll still want to select the save icon in the applications bar. You can then define both the file name and the location of the file. Let's go ahead and finish off the toy block with the circles on top.
The fuck? How big did he say that shit was? Dude, CAD is ridiculous.
We'll start by drawing a 2D circle on the top. Once again, we'll use create sketch
Once
to start the new 2D
again.
sketch. This time, we'll select the top planar face of the block. Select the center diameter circle or use the keyboard shortcut letter C as in Charlie. You'll select once to place the center of the circle, not worrying about where you select. We can then define the diameter as 5 millimeters and select again to place the circle. Notice each sketch command remains active until you press the escape key. At this point, our circle can still move freely if we select and drag it. We'll use sketch dimensions to limit its degrees of freedom. Select the dimension tool in the toolbar.
Okay. Now, how do I fucking change it, dude? Edit sketch. Oh, okay.
We'll select then define its value as 3.9 millimeters. Let's repeat the previous steps in the other direction, also entering 3.9 millimeters for the distance.
Wait, what?
All millimeter rectangle. Notice as I drag out with my mouse, we see a dimension.
Kind of annoying.
Select again to place the dimension and then define its value as 3.9 millimeters. Let's repeat the previous steps in the other direction, also entering 3.9 millimeters for the distance. At this point, we could manually draw all of the other circles, but it would be much more efficient to use the rectangular pattern feature. It's important to note that Fusion 360 has both a sketch rectangular pattern feature and a solid modeling rectangular pattern feature. I recommend avoiding the sketch one at all costs. Keeping our sketches simple will make it much easier to have a fully parametric model. We'll instead activate the extrude command with the shortcut letter E. I'll select the circle and define the distance as 1.7 millimeters.
How do you fucking get it to rotate? I don't know.
Before clicking OK, notice the operation is set to join. This means this new extrude will join the existing 3D body. We can now use the solid modeling rectangular pattern feature located in the toolbar or create dropdown. The pattern type will determine what we can choose to pattern. It defaulted to faces, but we'll want to change this to features. Features will allow us to select the extrude feature in the parametric timeline. You'll notice the cylinder turns blue when it's selected. Switch to the direction selector, where we'll select two edges to define the directions for the pattern. Select both edges of the block. Notice we have two directional arrows in the model. Drag each one to get the pattern started. Dragging them first helps ensure we're heading in the right direction before defining the numbers in the dialog. For the length, I'll type 24 millimeters for the distance with a quantity of 4. The second direction will be a quantity of 2 with a distance of 8 millimeters. Note that you may need to add or remove the minus symbol to keep the pattern in the right direction. If the preview looks correct, then we're all set and can click OK. If yours is off, double check the distance type is set to extent. We'll discuss that more in additional lessons. We're just about done with our toy block. If you use the view cube to look at the bottom, you'll see that we still have a solid block. We can use the shell command to hollow out solid 3D bodies. Shell lives in the modify menu or the toolbar. We can select faces or bodies, which determine how the object is hollowed out. Because we want to leave the outer 4 walls, we'll select only the bottom face of the 3D body. We then define the inside thickness, which is 1.49 millimeters. Shell traces the outside walls of the design and applies our defined thickness. That is why you'll see the inside of our cylinders were included.
You can't do math in these? Dude, this program is fucking unusable. What the hell? That's retarded. Honestly, that would be so cringe. Okay, let me try again. Okay, fine, wait. Let's try this. Hold on. That's so stupid. Dude. Look at freecad, bro. Freecad is this beautiful software. Alright, hold on. Okay, we got a sketch here. Make a rectangle. Okay, now I do this. Boop. Boop. Okay, now it's at 100 over 2. Beautiful. That just worked. Well, I mean, that was actually the equivalent of what did work in Fusion 360, so that's not fair. Yeah, shell doesn't even exist, so I guess I shouldn't complain. Alright, fuck it. Solid. Shell. I don't understand why it did all that though. Okay.
Click OK to confirm the shell. Lastly, we'll draw the 3 center columns at the bottom of the block. You can also create new sketches by right-clicking on a planar face followed by Create Sketch. Let's activate the line command from the toolbar. We'll start by selecting the construction option in the sketch palette, as this line is for reference purposes only. Then, because we're looking at an orthographic straight-on view, you'll find we can reference some of the existing geometry. Referencing our model's geometry will not work if you look at the model from an angle. To create this line, I will move my mouse cursor over these recessed circles. You'll see that it lets us snap into their center point. Then, I'll draw this line across to the other side, snapping into the other center point. Press the Escape key to clear the line command.
Wait,
With the
I
center,
think I missed something.
click OK to confirm the shell. Lastly, we'll draw the 3 center columns at the bottom of the block. You can also create new sketches by right-clicking on a planar face followed by Create Sketch.
No, I don't want that one. I want the one below it.
Let's activate the line command from the toolbar. We'll start by selecting the construction option in the sketch palette, as this line is for reference purposes only. Then, because we're looking at an orthographic straight-on view, you'll find we can reference some of the existing geometry. Referencing our model's geometry will not work if you look at the model from an angle. To create this line, I will move my mouse cursor over these recessed circles. You'll see that it lets us snap into their center point. Then, I'll draw this line across to the other side, snapping into the other center point. Press the Escape key to clear the line command. With a center diameter circle, we now have a reference line to find the midpoint. Be sure to turn off the construction option in the dialog box or by pressing the keyboard shortcut letter X. Find the midpoint where the triangle glyph appears. After we place the circle, we can define the diameter as 6.3 millimeters. As an alternative to the shell command, sometimes we may want to extrude an object with 2 defined walls. We can use the offset sketch tool from the toolbar. Select the circle and type out 1 millimeter for the offset distance. Flip the circle to make sure it's on the inside. We can now use extrude to turn the cylinder into a 3D body. Let's define the distance as 8.1 millimeters. Select the circle and type out 1 millimeter for the offset distance. Flip the circle to make sure it's on the inside. We can now use extrude to turn the cylinder into a 3D body. Let's define the distance as 8.1 millimeters. Once again, let's use the rectangular pattern feature. The pattern type should be set to features as we use that last. Select the latest extrude in the timeline below. Select the edge for the direction. I'll type 3 for the quantity and 16 millimeters for the distance and click OK. If you now revolve the toy block around, you'll see that we have completed the overall shape. The last thing we'll want to do is add a fillet or rounded edges to some of the sharp edges. Activate the fillet command from the Modify drop-down list or by selecting the keyboard shortcut letter F as in Foxtrot. Select the edges or faces to fillet and add a fillet of 0.2 millimeters into a 3D body. Let's define the distance as 8.1 millimeters. Once again, let's use the rectangular pattern feature. The pattern type should be set to features as we use that last. Select the latest extrude in the timeline below. Select the edge for the direction.
Oh, yeah.
I'll type 3 for the quantity and 16 millimeters for the distance and click OK. If you now revolve the toy block around, you'll see that we have completed the overall shape. The last thing we'll want to do is add a fillet or rounded edges to some of the sharp edges. Activate the fillet command from the modify dropdown list or by selecting the keyboard shortcut letter F as in Foxtrot. Select the edges or faces to fillet and add a fillet of 0.2 millimeters by typing that out in the dialog box. Be sure to save your design once you're finished. Notice it will prompt you to add a version description with a version number. Something like finish the toy block will be helpful. You'll see the version number updates in your design tab. I'll see you in the next lesson where we'll look at 3D modeling a glass soda bottle.
Pretty good. Woo, I don't know what I'm doing. It's a freeform selection tool. Okay. Should I try to make this Lego block in here? Bro. Okay. Let's just start over. Dude, I hate that it doesn't let me start over. Okay, new, model, part design, create a sketch, this plane, create a centered rectangle here. I forgot the dimensions already. No, bruh. But I want, damn. How do you get the size of it? Maybe I have to do this. Okay, 9.6. Is there a way to make patterns in this thing? There's macros. The Lego's harder to build. Okay, let's just do this how I know how. How big was it? Oh wait, we fucked this up. Is that for real? How do I deselect this thing? Fuck. Oh wait. Fuck. Oh yeah. Wait, what? Let's go back into that sketch. Oh, beautiful. That's actually hype. Okay, now we want to be H. Wait, what? Oh yeah, okay. No, I only want the dot though. No, how do you get the dot? Wait, but if I do this, then if I do this, oh. Okay, so I go. No, that didn't do what I wanted. I want to go. Then I want to go H. Then I want to go boom, 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 H. What was that distance? No. Is that to the... Dude, I don't fucking know. Let me go back to this thing.
The rectangular pattern.
Oh, 3.9. Okay. Oh, we can do this. Oh. Did I just delete what I literally just added? Okay, well. Rectangular pattern freecad.
We will use the linear pattern in the sketch, and then we will make a single cut of these holes. Okay, or we can make a single holes or two holes, and then we can pattern it, rectangular pattern. So we can do in the both the ways. So hole size is 15, so I will select on this face and I will say sketch. So if you see here, axis is passing through from here to here like this. I draw clearly. So axis is going from here and from this mid of this plate. Okay, so this dimension and this dimension would be symmetric, and here hole position is 25 from the edge, and from this is from 20 from this edge, and here is it should be symmetric, so here is a 60. So we have all positions of the hole. So let's make it. So I will select hole and I will draw the hole, and position it is 150. Now let me clear my marker here. So here it is total plate is 200, that is the 50. So from edge it would be 25. So I will project my these two edges, one horizontal and one vertical, and I will select this point, and I will select this point, and I will give my horizontal dimension of 25, and from center it would be 30. So I switch to the here wireframe so that I can see my origin point here. So I will move my dimension here. So this dimension is 60. So I will select this point and this point, and I will say vertical dimension, and I will say 30. And hole diameter size is 15. So I will select the hole and give my diameter of 15. Okay. Same way, I can draw from the other side. So we have 4 holes here. It is 50. So 25, 25. And this is the 25. So if we minus this from 100, so it is 50, 50, 50. Okay. So now we will use the linear pattern in the sketch. So we will select this hole and click on this icon, which is a rectangular array pattern. And here equal vertical and horizontal spacing. Uncheck this, because if you check this, then it will consider horizontal and vertical dimension spacing equal. But in this case, our horizontal and vertical spacing is not same, because hole to hole here is a 60, and between horizontal hole it is a 25. So uncheck this unequal vertical spacing. So number of column we want 2. So this is the one column, 2 column, and number of rows we want 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. So now we will select okay. So once you say okay, so it will show you a line, and you can also find that approximate dimension. So here when I move this line, this approximate dimension is changed in the blue color. So if I say here my dimension is 60, so I will move my line very close to 60. Say I am on the 65, so I will say okay. So if you see here, it makes a rectangular pattern. Now we can change the dimensions. So this is the 60 dimension. This is the here vertical side, I will say 60, and angle is 90 degree. Okay, and this is the vertical spacing is 60, but horizontal spacing is 25, so I will say 25. Sorry, horizontal spacing is 50, so I will say 50, and I can move this dimension like this, and this. So this is how we can use the rectangular pattern of the sketch. Now our sketch is fully constrained, so we will cross check our major dimensions. So this is 60, 50, and whole dimension. So everything looks fine. Now we will close it, and we will go to the flat lines, and we will create our whole features here, and the whole in a whole pop-up window, and dimension we will.
Nice. How do I... Dude, I'm finished. I'm finished. I don't want it. Okay. Columns, 4 rows, 2. I think we do want that though. Dude, holy fuck, how do you get rid of this? What was the radius? Ah. Oh, okay, nice. What was that? It was 3.9, right? Fuck, what? I wish you could click and drag this thing. Okay. How do you constrain this thing? KO, right? Uh, did we get it? Fuck. Hmm. Oh, nice. Okay, so what if we just did... Did it work? Nice. Wait, but that's not right. It's constrained diameter, right? What the actual fuck? Okay, I don't know if that's right. But in any case, what we need to do... Stop. Hmm. Is there a hotkey for pan? I like how it looks though. But if I'm looking at it sideways, I just want to know the height of this thing. It's really fucking annoying. Fine. Oh, these are 5. Okay, wait, hold on. And then their height?
Feature. Which want fully parametric model. I'll select the clicking OK, the existing feature located in the toolbar.
Okay, so now that we're fully constrained, we can pad. What was it? 1.5? And then, can we just select? I actually wonder, like, there's got to be an easier way to chamfer all of these things. Fuck. Looking pretty good, but we need to do the underside. What is that called? Shell? Oh, whoa. But now there's no way that we can... Yeah, I don't even care if that's wrong. Bum, 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 bum. This looks so good. It's not tall enough. Alright, so how do I do this last step? Oh, really? He's gonna do it that way? Linear parameter. Okay, pretty good. Let's get that music back on. Bro, why does he sound like Indiana Jones, though? That is so silly. Dude, shut the fuck up. Oh, I can't stand that. That is god awful. That is god awful. Wait, how did he? Oh, I see. Okay. Yeah, you don't have to do it by the midpoint. Does he do another inscribed circle? How does he do it? Yeah. Okay. Yeah, great video. Not nice. Oh! Get more water. That's pretty good. Oh, does he chamfer the insides or fillet? What is he doing? What is that for? No, you know what would be really cool is if I took if I CAD'd out some of my custom KiCad footprint things and then inserted the 3D models. I feel like that would be pretty cool because then you're like, all right, now I know what I'm doing. I'm connecting it. I'm putting it all together. Honestly, I feel like this looks so good, but it's like, at what cost, you know? Oh, it just looks so good though. All right, but now, oh, animation. Ooh, damn, bro. It looks so good. Some of the dimensions kind of look wrong, but it looks so good. Wow. Generate toolpath strategies for the design to be fabricated. Now that's fucking cool. Additive, so they have a slicer or something? No simulator tool. Okay. Well, I'll have to learn how all that works. This is going to be a whole milling, turning, additive. Oh, this is for like a lathe? Dude, see, this is so fucking cool, man. Machine builder. What does that even mean? Dude, this program is sweet. Wait, I want to do a simulation. Static stress modal frequencies. Dude, let's go. That is so cool. I want to do some of the electronics. How do I do what is their thing called? I saw like a PCB thing. What is it called again? What is that called? This is what I want. Air quote fidget spinner. Nah, let's do this. I don't know. What the fuck is taking so long? Whoa. Whoa. This is fucking cool, man. Okay, but wait, but how do they do the PCB design? I want to see the PCB design. Or they bought Eagle or something? Wait, these are all the things that are in use? Or is this just everything? I want to just download everything. Command line mode? Whoa. Do they have an auto routing? Oh, you know they have an auto routing. Finger pair. Unroute. What is their... What is it called? I want a 3D view of it. I mean, that is really, really freaking cool. Should I try to... Ooh, I wonder how good their simulation is. What the fuck does any of this mean? Hello? Oh, that's random. It just brings you to there. Does that say it has spice model in it? Can I rotate them? That's so fucking dumb. Their snapping is pretty good. I like that. I hate that sound so fucking much. Damn, Fusion 360 is badass. I mean, this thing is so fucking cool. I wonder if it has an auto router in it. Oh, yeah. That's fucking cool, man. I mean, this is a real fucking board. How do you move? I hate. Oh. That sound just drives me insane. I just wish I could delete that sound throughout the whole OS. So stupid. Alright. Info group is empty. I don't want to do that. Deloo. Just shut the fuck up. How about that? No, I don't want all of it. Connector. This means nothing to me. 1x13. Oh, here we go. We have a 1x3. I doubt it. Oh, nice. Perfect. Okay, so now, but we actually only need, let me look, I forgot. In this we only need power and ground. Let's see, how did I do it? I don't even remember. Oh, yeah. Okay, we actually had 4, one for each LED. Rightio. Okay. So let's delete that. Right. Okay, so now if I want to do this, no, not. Wait. Oh, it's not X, it's R. Right. Okay, there we go. Dude, I don't want bend. I want. Do that. Okay. So let me think about this. How do I rotate this thing? It doesn't fucking update the preview? Dude, what is going on here? Okay, it just doesn't even work. That is going to kill me. It's almost I'm just gonna mute it. I can't with that stupid fucking sound. Now how do I move this thing? I just wanna move it. Whatever, who cares? Why am I being such a dumbass? Oh, I guess there must be some anchor that lets you. There's like a little crosshair in here somewhere. Oh, okay, so this is how you move it. You gotta find that thing. Isn't that nice? Alright, so here's what we're gonna do. We're just gonna put them over here. Okay. Paste. Paste. Okay, now we need. And the thing is, I didn't even see an LED. Let's just go through them. Oh, wait. Oh, that's not right. Oh, wait, no. Is that what it is for empty? It needs to have 2 pins. This is fucking insane. They got these 7-segment displays, but they don't have. Wait, hold on. What is this, SMT? I hate these names, dude. Oh, yeah, 1209. Okay. Well, that's how you know. I still think that's retarded. No through-hole components? Are we for real here, guys? There must be a way to get more. Okay, whatever. Alright, let's go to the LED library. You gotta be joking. This is how you know that Eagle was for people that, you know, work in industry and aren't hobbyists, because hobbyists don't have surface mount LEDs. Oh, we need a ground. I got a lot of stuff in there. Right angle through hole. I think that's through hole, but it doesn't have a 3D model, so I can't be sure. Okay, let's use their stupid fucking... I don't like how Fusion pans. I don't like it. Does it say which one goes to ground? There we go. Dude, I'm so fucking pissed with this rotate thing. There has to be a rotate. There's no hotkey to do it. And it doesn't auto update. So you can't see if it's right. This shit is unusable. Oh. I think that's pretty stupid. Hello? Oh, I see. No. Okay. fucked it up. No. Wait, let's see if the auto router does it. Select signals or click go to start. I don't see a fucking go button, assholes. There we go. Nice. Dude, that is fucking nice, bro. Wait, but this is just wrong. This connector makes no sense. Unless... No, yeah, that connector makes no sense. But damn, look at how high quality these models are. Are there really not hotkeys to get pan? I don't like their defaults here. Okay, so let's see. What happens if I go here? Oh my god. Where even is it? I'm lost. Their panning is so bad. No, bruh. I want to move a group of things. There we go. Does that? No. Okay, so there are traces through this whole thing, but what we want to do here we need to rotate it. Of course it doesn't work. I kind of want to simulate it though. I feel like that is where this thing will be like really fucking good. Lol. Hello? I'm clicking on you. Wait, did I fuck everything up? This one goes here. This one. Oh, great. Okay. Okay. Nice. Damn, this is a 4-hour stream. I didn't even do anything. That's cool. You have all of your sketch tools built in there. Okay. Wait, but I want to try some of the sexy stuff. Like, is that true? I bet that's just like a constant. How are they out of sync? I literally just did it. I love that every save you have to be bothered by a dialogue box. Some of this shit is cringe. But it's good. I want to see this.
Products are getting smarter, smaller, and more complex, which translate to designers require more insights into PCB performance to meet these demands. The standard rules of electronic designs can no longer apply. Your next connected invention will require that high-speed traces meet specific criteria for your components to operate correctly. Fusion 360 Signal Integrity Extension, powered by ANSYS, empowers engineers to access the electromagnetic analysis capabilities that allow them to inspect and resolve issues with signal performance early in the routing design phase. See how changes to layer properties, defining polygon reference layers, or changing trace width affect your signal integrity, impedance, time delay, resistance, inductance, capacitance, and more. The easy-to-use interface provides quick visual feedback on design changes to help improve product compliance and performance. Reduce costly physical PCB testing.
Oh,
and
dude, the way this
prototyping,
guy's
and
talking is
accelerate-
driving me nuts. Reduce the blah, blah, blah. You know, just like relax. Guys, we did some really cool stuff. Here's what we did. You don't need to put on a clown nose. This is written by an insane person. ANSYS ODB++ output requirements. Do not export silkscreen, solder mask, paste mask. Avoid true type font text because it can cause loading errors. Export all signal, dielectric, drill, and rope layers. Export all ECAD data, component layers. It's like, who is this? Who is writing this? A monkey? Like, this is clearly developer documentation. God damn. Okay, but what I want to do is one of those cool things where it like simulates. Let me go back to okay, so how do I do the simulation?
Welcome to our free honor lesson. So I'm Shafiq Farhan. So for today's presentation, for today's free honor lesson, we are going to focus on electronic coolings. So if you're not sure about our topics, so you can go to our website, so acadsystems.com. So we did publish a lot of topics here. Okay, don't forget also to join via Zoom, or if you also join us, focus on the production side. Okay, you want to do a CNC, you want to do a laser cutting. Okay, so you can also use this bundle. Okay, you can link between each other. So AutoCAD Electrical can link with Inventor, okay, from which is you need to purchase separately from your Fusion 360. Okay, these things are also included injection molding, event simulation, shape optimization, and also others kind of simulation. While for the cooling and for the electronic cooling at this moment are still available in the default Fusion 360. Okay, no need to
Dude,
add on the extension.
they linked to clearly what was a
Basically, if
video
you
and
want
then
to
just
know
gave me a
about
bunch of
simulation
fucking
simulation about it,
nonsense.
okay, if you are creating the static stress, you can do the solve. You can solve the simulation either using local or cloud. Okay, for our focus today, we want to do electronic.
And you know what? The bar is way higher for not free and open source software. You know what I mean? Like, if you guys are gonna charge a bunch of fucking money, I'm gonna complain. I have this for free anyway, but you know what I'm saying? Test, test. For some reason, like I watched the VOD and the audio was never delayed, but OBS has this thing where it's delaying the monitor. Okay, yeah. Show me some cool videos.
Okay, so this will be the example for Fusion 360 cooling study. Okay, what we can study basically here, okay, we can study on the load case. Okay, if you already set the load, okay, where is the area that have a critical risk, okay, and where is the area that you insert the airflow, okay, you can study in here. Okay, but you need to aware that this electro cooling study currently are in this features is a preview only.
Dude.
Okay, so to give a lot of money to study on this Fusion 360 electronic cooling. Okay, so first thing first, what we need to do setup. So we need to do setup either we want to change.
Okay, I can't. Tell me what to do. Maybe we should just go with this. From 5 years ago?
And select Array Support Fusion Archive file. Once the file is open, save it to your project. With the model open in Fusion 360, you can see that there are some additional components, a screw and a cap. These two components are not going to be valuable in the analysis process. We'll start the analysis process by switching to the simulation workspace. When switching to the workspace, you'll need to select the type of study you'll be running. In this case, select Static Stress, and then pick Create Study. With the type of study selected, you can then go to the Simplify workspace, expand the model components, find the screw and the cap, and delete them from the simulation model, leaving only the rail support. When this is done, you can select Finish Simplify. This will return you back to the simulation workspace, where you can go under Materials and select Study Materials. The model was created with the default steel material. You can use the pull down to switch the material to aluminum.
All right, yeah, let's make it steel.
This device will be held in place by the screw pressing it up against a wall. So the friction with the wall will be the primary support. Under the constraints pull down, select structural constraints. And then once the dialog opens, you'll leave the type as fixed and then select the back rim of the rail support. With that selected, now it's time to place the load. Under the loads pull down, there are several different load types. In this case, you'll use a structural load and you use a force. You'll then select the face that will rest on the underside.
Does this thing have any plans of finishing? I mean, come on. What are we doing here? Holy fuck, how long does this shit take? Oh, nice. Oh, damn. What's up, man? Or woman? I don't know. I've never used Fusion. Okay, let's see what the heck it did. I don't even know what it did. Oh wait, it did. It caved in. That's so sick. That is really cool. Okay, I want to rerun it with Wait, can't I just do the same? I did 1,000 newtons last time. We're gonna do 10,000 newtons. Let's run it again. Oh, is it running in the cloud? Oh, cool. That's why it's like jumps to 30% and then whatever. Alright, I want to do the electronics cooling one though.
Static simulations are a great introduction to the benefits of finite element analysis. They're simple to set up, quick to return results, and because of this, they're sometimes included free with other mechanical design tools, unless, of course, you want to simulate more than a single body. That's not the case in Fusion 360, and it never has been. By performing linear static simulations on your multi-body designs and assemblies, you'll be able to answer questions about the displacements, stresses, and other effects resulting from static loads on the
Oh,
system.
that's sick.
Interpreting the results is made simple with exaggerated displacements, animations, and powerful interrogation tools. With the insights gained, be confident in the direction you take your design, and in its real-world performance. All this and more in Fusion 360. Before running any simulations, it's common practice to remove cosmetic details. Things like part numbers, logos, threads, and other small details that don't significantly contribute to the strength of a part, but alternatively, can cause severe inefficiency for simulations due to increased element counts. With the Simplify workspace in Fusion 360, users are provided specialized tools to prepare models for simulations and remove these cosmetic details with no time wasted.
Wait, so can I take 3 LED? Wait, let's see. My Lego is gonna get 10,000 newtons up the fucking ass. I hate how you can't rotate around it easily. That's pretty cool. Little piece of art. Wait, that's the actual deformation? It doesn't even deform under 10,000 newtons. Alright, I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about. How do I simulate a circuit? Dude, these fucking webinars, bro, they're so cringe. This is the problem with these companies, dude. They don't have personalities who are like people. They have like fucking suits.
To you at all? You're familiar with the idea of a thermal simulation.
Okay, perfect. This is exactly the kind of thing that I want to see. Example for user for converting a non-SPI schematic to a SPI schematic. All right, so we're gonna have to fucking sit through that. All right, I'm gonna take a piss and then we're gonna watch that shit. All right. Um.
Right? Sharing the screen. Let me know if you guys can see it. Can everyone see it? Check, check, 1, 2, 1, 2.
Hi, Jorge. Sorry about that. I was looking for the mute button. I apologize for that. Yeah, your screen seems to be working just fine, Jorge. Thank you.
Excellent. Okay, so let's go ahead and get started with what we were planning for today's video.
It's
on
cool
spice
they
simulation.
live streamed
Now,
it though. Like at least they're somewhat open.
Most of you maybe watching this live stream are from a mechanical background, so the concept of simulation is not alien to you at all. You're familiar with the idea of a thermal simulation, load simulations, things like that. So in electronics, simulation fulfills a similar role. It's basically the idea is to verify the integrity of design before you commit to manufacturing it. And obviously being able to do so quickly and cheaply speeds up the design cycle and also minimizes the need to respin your designs. So it's in your best interest to learn, to have an idea of what SPICE simulation is and what it does. So SPICE is an acronym. It basically stands for Simulation Program with Integrated Circuit Emphasis. Okay, so the idea is that by setting up a netlist, the program runs through it, does the math, and gives you the waveforms for each of the nodes. That was originally developed by Berkeley, and every SPICE or circuit simulator you're running today is for the most part a derivative of the work that was done in Berkeley. So everything has kind of built on that engine over time has matured, and everyone's just kind of put their own GUI on top of it. It's very mature, it's well understood. The differences you're going to see in usability are pretty much exclusively due to the interface implementations of those who...
I feel like their SPICE is probably better than KiCad's.
How to work with the SPICE engine inside Fusion.
But they're probably still using it. Actually, can we see? Is there
different types of simulations that are available?
Let's see. Open source licenses Fusion 360. Let's see if we can find that out. Sometimes software has to list their dependency licenses. And I feel like KiCad or Fusion 360 probably has to list that somewhere, but they probably make it really very down. Right, like it's probably in here because, let's see. Oh yeah, see, there you go, protobuf. That's exactly what I was talking about. All right, how do we get the whole thing? Control A. All right, let's just like look through this. Ba-da-ba-bum, ba-da-ba-dum, ba-da-ba-dum. Oh my God. Oh, no, never mind. All right, let's go to the top. STB. No way. Cool. QT. Wow. Autodesk is written in QT. Pretty cool. Oh wow. Wait, hold on. Pretty cool. Autodesk forks. Neat. I don't know, we're finding out some things about how Autodesk works. That's neat. Log for C+. OpenSSL, obviously. JSON schema A to B, I don't know what that is. Razor. Boost. A razor might be a, what is razor? No. Could be. I have a feeling it's like a linear algebra thing, though. I don't know. Let's look up what this license is. Because Boost is a C++ there's a... Maybe it's not. Maybe it's just a whole bunch of random shit. DOM element type, something for something. AMD. I don't know. DOM utils. FFmpeg. Interesting. I love looking at this stuff. This stuff is so interesting. Apple WebKit. libpng. Moz.js. Math kernel library. Oh yeah. Libcurl, you know it. 3.js, dude? Isn't this like Mr. Doob's work? Oh no, I'm thinking of something else. No, it is. That's so funny. Mr. Doob gets used in the making of, that's too funny. OpenCV, naturally. I don't know what this stuff is. Oh, wow, NASA makes this? What is this? Oh, wow. So they actually are using this stress analyses from NASA. Pretty cool. Computational. Linear solver. Let's go back. We're not even all the way through this thing. Oh, Python. Let's see. All right, I'm pretty close to being done with this thing. Let's see if there's anything. jQuery. Bunch of random shit. Hawk. React. XD broski. XD broski. Wow, there's a ton of fucking packages in this list. I'm gonna go eat some sushi. I'm gonna be right back. Wow, look at all these libraries. Pretty neat. I'm glad that we were able to find that. Because, yeah, I feel like there must be a law that people have to state their whatever. You need to give attribution. Cool, cool. Selects the parallel sparse iterative solver. This is the whole project. Oh, I see what that is. Okay. Okay, let's watch that stupid video.
Available to you. And then we're going to go into some advanced examples. And the idea is just to give you a taste of what's possible. If you know what's available to you, then you can see how to apply it to your specific circumstances. So right now, I have this schematic. This is a very simple example. And the idea is that it comes in with no spice association at all. And what we're going to do in the first part of this webinar is basically do the association. So what I'm going to do right now is I'm going to close my control panel. That way it's not in the way. Okay? And what we can do is a really nice way to do it, especially in the circuit this one, is you can just select everything. And then you can right click and select add model. And it'll come up with this message letting you know that the ground symbols, because they're named ground, the engine is intelligent enough to know that you probably want this to be a node 0 in the spice net. So we can say yes or no, etc. But actually, before we do this, I want to show you something. How do you know that you don't have things modeled? Well, if you go here and you try to set up a simulation, first thing it's going to do is let you know unmapped models have been found. All components must be mapped in order to be able to simulate. So what we're going to do is, again, we have the selection. Right click.
See, that's the problem with spice.
When I convert, I'm going to say yes. When I do this, you're going to see that these should already be mapped. But it seems like it had a little issue here because it did specify them as ground, but the warning signs didn't change. Okay, but they are correct. They should be correct. These did not, though. So let's go ahead and adjust these. So actually, what I'm going to do is I'm going to probably switch this to something else.
But I guess if you're at this level, then you kind of don't want a resistor or an inductor to fall back to ideal. You probably don't even want it to fall back to non-ideal. You probably want the exact one that you are buying for manufacturing. Manufacturing is a whole fucking other ballpark. It is difficult. Oh man. I mean, just imagine if you bought 100,000 or something, and because you didn't fucking simulate the right resistor, I don't know. Maybe that's like a red herring or whatever. Maybe that's not a real thing that happens. Let me ask. Ooh. The Galaxy Note is actually a good one. Yeah. But like, I wonder if the resistor, like, can't you just treat a resistor as ideal? Oh, wasabi, you better hit me. Oh! Oh, wasabi will wake you up. Okay.
And then put it back.
So wait, so let's just try to do that. We have the schematic open. Automate? What does that even mean? I don't know. Validate. Missing spice for all of the diodes. Supply one. Yeah, right. Maybe we should just all right, so let's go back to the video because I think I
Ground power pin, yeah. And that'll update it. Okay, there we go. Ground power pin, perfect. So now these, if you notice, the program takes a guess at what the different parts are. R1 is a resistor, so that was a correct guess. LED 1 is not an inductor, so we're going to switch that to a diode. And then G1, which is the battery in this case, we're going to change that to a voltage source. Okay, an independent voltage source. Now, if you notice, SPICE defines certain cookie cutter type components. And that's what you see in these dialogues. It basically shows you those cookie cutter type components that you can pick from. If you have something that's maybe a collection of these components or more involved, in those situations, you'll pick a sub-circuit. And then when you go to map, you'll have to import a model. Okay, for this simple demonstration today, we won't have anything that uses a sub-circuit. But if you're working with integrated circuits, op-amps, digital logic, etc., you're more than likely going to be working with sub-circuits. Okay? But for this example, we can just say independent voltage source. So right now, we have these three components where we've selected the SPICE type, but they're not mapped. So we're going to select map. And because it's an intrinsic model, that's what it's called, and you'll see it in the load model. It's hard to see because there's a little contrast here, but it says intrinsic device, no model. Intrinsic devices are, like I mentioned, those cookie cutter, those built-in models that SPICE understands as a base model.
At the end of the day, there's a couple of differential
So
equations. It's not that
resistors work however you plug them in, so it's not really critical I change this, but just for semantics, let's
menus
match symbol pin 2 to model pin 2 and symbol pin 1 to model input 1. So I'll say OK. You'll see we get the check mark, so it's happy. Now for the diode, we can do the same thing. We'll select map. Now in this case, even though it is an intrinsic model, there are many different types of diodes. And SPICE allows you to kind of specify some very, very detailed parameters about the diode. So you can put in temperature coefficients, you can put in different p-n junction parameters. There's a lot of specificity that can go into these models. Most of the time, you don't want to make a SPICE model from scratch. You're better off using an existing model or a model provided by the manufacturer of the component. Now, manufacturers are going to be very interested in giving you good models because that guarantees or helps you as an engineer to use their components. So your best bet is always, if there's a manufacturer-supplied model, to use it. It's a very important point. If not, you can try Googling. We'll usually maybe find something like a university has made for their students, something like that. Will usually work, okay? It's important when you get one of these models that you read. The models will usually carry some documentation about the assumptions made in the model. You want to read them, especially if you have a very sophisticated application. You want to make sure that your model is going to be able to simulate the aspects that you're interested in. Okay? Because again, the quality of your result is directly linked to the quality of the model you use. If you use a bad model, your results will be worthless. So in this case, for this circuit, I'm going to use one of the built-in diode models. Okay? And I can grab it from multiple places, but I find it easiest to just grab it from Eagle in my application. So I'm going to go over here. I'll go to examples, SPICE, examples. I'm just going to grab this D mod here. Say open.
I would just like to remind everybody that if you do have a Fusion360 subscription, Eagle is included for free. So you can download and have all these resources from Eagle available to you as well.
Correct. With that said, the model is included in Fusion as well. It's just a bit more folder divey in order to find it. You have to go through more directories. And I knew where this one was off the top of my head anyway, so I went with that. So I'll click OK. It's going to say model file found. Do you want to overwrite it? I didn't change it. So in this case, I can say yes. Verified. Yep, we say OK. And you see cathode, anode. The anode is where the positive input should be. Cathode is where the negative input should be. I'll say OK. This one is now mapped. Independent voltage source. This one's an intrinsic, so this one is going to go straight to mapping the pins. Make sure positive is positive, negative is negative. We say OK. So at this point, all of the components in our simulation have been modeled. So we can say done. And we have this here. Now, one thing that's good to know is, in this case, the components do have PCB packages associated with them. But if you look in the ngSpice simulation libraries that ship with Fusion Electronics, you'll see that those actually don't have any footprints associated with them. They don't need to, so they won't contribute anything to the board. So if you're going to use straight from the simulation library, then just know that they're not going to add anything to your board. If you already have your design laid out and you have your schematic, then what you can usually do is just by assigning models to the components that are already on the schematic, you'll be able to use the same schematic to define both your layout and to do the simulation. So you kind of don't have to do any additional work there. Okay. So everything here has been modeled. We do need to specify a value for this resistor because otherwise Spice won't know what to do with it. So
I wonder if you can import. Let's see. Can I import Fusion? Import KiCad into Fusion 360. Let's see. Can you do it? That was a long time ago. Whoa. No, I don't give a shit. I know what that is.
Put 220. Another way you can do it is if you click on the part, with no command active, then you'll see that in the inspector it shows up and you can change the value here. So there's multiple ways to do it. Everybody finds a way they prefer to flow with it. And then here, remember that we turned this into an independent voltage source. So this value doesn't help us at all for the independent voltage source. So I'm going to right click and you'll see that you have the option to do an analog source setup. I'm going to go ahead and select that. DC value, let's just say 0. I don't want it to have any DC value. I want it to have a sinusoidal transient function. So basically this is going to output a sinusoid stimulus into the circuit.
That's cool.
Offset it by 1 volt. I want its amplitude to be 1 volt. I'll put here 1 kilohertz. Just 1K is fine because it already knows it's kilohertz. Even I can put it
See, this is one of the biggest problems I feel like in all of electronic design is like strings are used for numerical values everywhere. 1U. What the fuck is a U?
I'll hit set value, and you'll see that now this string is meaningful to the SPICE symbol. Okay? So what we're going to do now is I'm actually going to put a couple of probes so that way we plot this when we run the simulation. So what I want to do first is actually change the name of these nets. So I'm going to click this. I'm going to change the name to be BN. That way it's something meaningful. With this one, I'll change it to be the out. Okay, perfect.
Hold on. Can we get that video? Crazy Korean StarCraft streamer soy sauce. Come on. This has gotta... Dude, the fact that... Oh, you gotta be joking, bro. Wait, actually, I don't want to get banned then. Hold on. Yeah, bro. I can't show this on stream, but this shit is funny, bro. I mean, it's not. It's horrible, but like, I remember watching these like 10 years ago or more. Oh, shit. Guy's crazy. All right. So anyway, Come on,
Now
get
we're
to
ready
the
for
fucking
voltage. You can put a
simulation.
voltage probe, a phase probe, and if you look in the ngSpice simulation library, you can also put in a current probe. But for our purposes, we just need a voltage probe. That will probe this net right here and this net right here. Right, we'll say okay. That's it. Now we're ready to set up our simulation. So we're going to click here on the simulate button. Now you notice there are several options here. Okay. Operating point is the simplest of all the simulations. What it will do is at DC, in other words, there's no transient behavior whatsoever. It will calculate the voltages at all the nodes. And it will also calculate the current through any independent sources. So typically when students run into Circuits 1 classes, typically this is what they're doing. They're calculating the circuit's operating point. DC sweep will allow you to select a parameter and vary it and see then how the circuit responds. So DC sweep basically builds on operating point by running the operating point simulation multiple times at each of the sweep values. With AC sweep, we now start to get into more sophisticated analysis. AC sweep will basically put in a sinusoidal waveform, and it will sweep it across a range of frequencies that you specify. And this is really useful when analyzing filters, audio circuitry, anything that has any type of frequency-dependent behavior, you can analyze using an AC sweep. And then finally, we have a transient simulation. So whereas an AC sweep works in the frequency domain, a transient simulation is working in time domain. It's actually seeing how the circuit develops in response to a stimulus over time. So if you notice here in the transient, we have the number of points. So basically, in whatever range we put, it's basically going to split it up into those points. If it notices an area where the behavior is changing quickly, it will add in more points. That's why we have a maximum number of points here. And the idea of that is to improve resolution whenever you have a lot of changes in a certain range of time. Temperature is used whenever you have the circuit temperature coefficients. So for example, if you're doing anything like auto or aerospace, your circuits are going to be subjected to different temperature ranges. So 25 is something that you can consider maybe a little bit above room temperature. Okay, sometimes some people consider room temperature 20 degrees C, others pick 25. Either one is okay 90% of the time. If you're dealing with circuits that are going to be in harsh environments, then you adjust the temperature because if some components do have temperature-related variances depending on how you set up the simulation. Okay, so for example, resistors as they heat up, if I recall correctly, they will tend to increase in resistance. Other components will have positive temperature coefficients, so something like a MOSFET. A MOSFET typically what will happen is as temperature increases, the resistance increases, and that limits the flow of current through them, which is actually a good behavior. So it all depends on the circuit that you're working with. When in doubt, just leave it alone. 90% of the time, it's fine to leave it at 25 degrees C. So in this case, I set up the circuit. This voltage source is going to be putting a sine wave into the circuit, and we're going to see how the circuit behaves. Okay. One thing that we typically recommend with simulation, if you're doing like transient behavior of things that oscillate or that are being subjected to an oscillatory stimulus, is to look for about 5 to 10 cycles. If you have a long time range, what can happen is it can be difficult for the simulation to converge and to give you an actual result. So typically you want to set your start and end time such that maybe you avoid any initial transient startup behavior, and then in that range you have 5 to 10 cycles. So to have a 1 kilohertz waveform, every cycle is 1 millisecond. That's why I started at 10 and I ended at 15. In advance, even though you shouldn't tamper with it most of the time, in advance you have all these parameters that control how the simulator tries to arrive at a solution. So these are parameters. You really don't want to mess with
They run at really low tolerances. -12 and -15 are like the limit. Oh wait, rel tol -3. What is change tol? Method trapezoidal integration? Dude, I think that's like a second order method. Cringe.
Thing that you may have to touch or play with every once in a while is the R shunt. In AC coupled circuits, anything that has capacitors coupling signal, sometimes you have to set R shunt to on. Okay, but that's not the case here, so we're going to leave that alone. So at this point, let's select simulate. And what you're going to see is that we have our different waveforms. And they'll actually, the probes get replaced with these little icons showing you the color of the waveform in the graph. And then you have the current. Now, notice that I didn't explicitly ask for current when I was setting this up. By default, the simulator has been set up in Fusion Electronics to give you the current waveforms of any independent sources. So in our case, we have one independent voltage source. It's showing you how the current changes as the circuit develops. If you're not interested in the current waveform, which many times you're not, you can just turn it off. If you are, then obviously you already have it without having to specify it or adding any type of current probes into the simulation. Okay? So if you look here, we have these two waveforms. Right now, they're overlapping. We can go ahead and separate one from the other. That way they can be scaled better. And what you can see is here's our waveform, our sinusoidal waveform that we're inputting. And what you can see is that the waveform ends up cutting the top, which is what we expect. Right on the positive cycle, the LED turns on and it clamps that voltage to the LED forward voltage. So it's behaving as we expect. And then once it goes negative, that LED is no longer clamping the circuit down. We don't have the full negative voltage. Okay?
Yeah.
So this is behaving as expected. So we know that the simulation can be trusted. Now, one thing that sometimes users will do with simulation is that they'll just build up a circuit and simulate it with no expectation of what the result should be. And that is kind of a dangerous road to go down. The idea of simulation is to help you verify the operation of the circuit. So if you have no idea what your circuit is supposed to do, how can you trust that the results shown are accurate? In this case, I had an expectation of what the circuit would do. Once that LED turns on, V out clamps to whatever the LED's forward voltage is. That's what I'm expecting. And now when I run the simulation, that's what I see. Okay? And you can see it's in phase with the input waveform, which is also an expected behavior. Now, because of the differences in voltages, you'll notice that the waveform looks a little bit different, and that's just because of the voltage scaling here. If I were to put them back together, which I believe I can do, you'll see that now the scaling is the same, and you can see how the waveform operates. And if you notice, whichever one I'm over, that's the symbol that will highlight. So it's really easy to figure out where the signal is in the circuit, and it can be very helpful. There's a few settings over here that you can set up a logarithmic scale for the x-axis, and that can be useful. The other thing that we have is dark mode. So for those of you maybe that feel more comfortable, it's easier on your eyes, you can just switch it to dark mode. Okay? So this is the first simulation we wanted to show. And obviously it's a very basic simulation, but we wanted to show you how you can map models and set up your own simulations. So I'm going to go ahead and close the simulation. And now we're back here in Fusion 360. So now let's go ahead and show you what this is capable of, some more interesting simulations. So I'm going to go back to my panel over here. And I'm going to pick this 2-transistor oscillator. Okay, expected, downloading. QW error message. Okay, that's interesting. I was not expecting that. Let me go ahead and save this as a completed example. Okay. All right, let me try to open this one again. Okay, that's fine. Refresh. I bet I know what happened here.
I think is that electronic document that closed or is anything going on.
No, because originally I saved it here and then I did a save as. It looks like it didn't like that I did that. So it's okay. Getting it open now. Oop, also got a crash.
That's never happened to me.
It's okay. That's the joy of being live. Didn't happen to me earlier when I went through this.
Of course. Always happens when you're live.
It's a good thing. I have a strong computer here at home, so this will be pretty fast. No, I'm not going to cover that. So over here, let's open this one. There we go. All right, so this is a more interesting circuit. Again, you need to have some expectation of what the circuit is going to do. So this circuit is an oscillator, so it's going to change between two states, okay? And the way you can understand this one, before we even run the simulation so that we all have the same expectation, okay? Right now, when the circuit gets power, okay, this transistor is going to turn on, and current is going to flow through here. It's going to flow through this resistor, and it's also going to turn this transistor on, okay? So as when this transistor turns on, current's going to start to flow. But you notice we have this capacitor right here, okay? Now a capacitor tries to resist a change in voltage. So initially, both of these nodes are at the same voltage, okay? What is current flow? Flows through here and flows through here. What ends up happening is this current is larger than this one. So this voltage starts to rise. And because the capacitor resists that change, what's going to eventually happen is that this node is going to creep up also. If it creeps up enough, it's going to turn this transistor off. When this transistor turns off, all the current that was going through it now goes through this transistor, and this one gets driven even harder. Okay? So what ends up happening is because now this one is off, there's no current flowing through here, the voltage starts to drop. Okay? Once it drops enough for this transistor to turn on, it will again turn on, robbing current from this one. So now the voltage isn't as high, and then the whole cycle will again repeat. Okay? Voltage will again start to rise, eventually cuts this transistor off, voltage starts to drop here. Once it drops low enough for the transistor to turn back on, then it'll turn back on and drop this one again. So they're basically flipping and flopping between each other. That's what we should expect to see. Okay? So let's go ahead, and this simulation's already been set up. This one is also a transient simulation. Okay, it's ready to go. I hit simulate. There was an issue running this one. Okay. Again, probably broken from before. Unable to find the definition of the model. Okay. So let's go ahead and add model to it. Polar junction transistor, map. Load the model. Okay. This one is going to be over here. And these files are examples that came with Eagle, and I just moved them over into here. Analog, oscillator. There we go. Say okay. You see here? You see how this model has some additional information? So in this NPN model, all of these attributes have been specified, and that comes from the manufacturer. I'm going to say okay.
Whoa, from EEV blog. That's weird.
I contain enough. Yeah, it's okay. Say okay. I do. So it seems something is broken in here. Okay, let's do this. This is how I did it before. Just gonna go ahead and do it again. I go over here. Demos. New electronics design. I'm gonna go ahead and reference a schematic document. Select from the computer. NG-Spice analog. I'm basically linking an existing schematic into this electronics design. What this will do is it'll pull it up into Fusion 360, and then it will basically live in Fusion 360. So I'm going to go over here to oscillator, pick this, hit open.
Okay, I'm pretty done. Can I go do some exercise or something, or eat some food? All right, so that's a wrap on learning FreeCAD and Fusion360. All right, whatever. I'm out.